Part of the great tradition of the relationship between Taiwan and Atlanta. Very honored to have you. Look forward to working together. With that, I would ask Madam Clerk to please call the opening roll.
Good morning, Mr. President and members of council. We have Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large.
Here.
Councilmember Ishay Collins, Post 3 at Large.
Present.
Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1.
Here.
Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3.
Present.
Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4.
Here.
Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5.
Here.
Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6.
Present.
Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7.
Aye.
Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Destin Hillis, District 9.
Present.
Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, District 10.
Present.
Councilmember Marcy Kohler Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12. Mr. President, we do have a quorum of members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. I would like to note that there was one item from the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee that was left off the agenda. That is 25R3741. 25R3741. So without objection, I would add that to the PSLA portion of the agenda. Without any other edits or additions to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to adopt. So moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion to adopt the agenda.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. Next, we'll move to the invocation. We're very honored to have with us today Reverend Shannon J. Kirshner. She's the senior pastor of Central Presbyterian Church to provide our invocation today.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is good to be with all of you. We are neighbors right down the street where we've been since 1858. And Central Presbyterian Church has a particular mission to this city and to our neighbors, particularly those who are most vulnerable. Some of our core values are justice, love, and a wide inclusion reflecting God's image in every person. So with that in mind, allow me to usher us into a time of prayer. Holy One, we're thankful for this part of your world called Atlanta. And I'm thankful for these public servants who have said yes to discerning together what it means to create a community of flourishing for all and not just some. So I pray that they might act today with wisdom and kindness. May they have the courage to say no to the forces of greed and division. And may they have the courage to say yes to your forces of love and neighborliness. May we all recommit ourselves to doing whatever we can to work for your dream of beloved community and true justice for all people. And help us to see your face in the faces of all people we encounter this day. We pray in the name of all that is holy. Amen. Thank you.
As we stand in a moment of reflection, I would ask if there are any remembrances that colleagues would have. I will take a moment of personal privilege. As some know, my father passed away just a few days ago. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of my colleagues, council staff, others who sent their condolences and well wishes to me and my family. They were very well received, also from many people from Atlanta who reached out. I would ask that you keep my mom in your prayers. My mom and dad were together 72 years. That is a testament, and it is also a very tough time for her and the family. I would also just share a brief story. When I joined this council, my father, who lived in rural Arkansas, took to watching every council meeting and every committee meeting every week. And we would talk about legislation, we talk about the process of the city, we would talk about each of you. He was curious about your backgrounds, your districts, the things you were interested in. And in reflecting after his passing, I realized that at 88, when I joined this council, he was still curious. He was still interested. He still wanted to have something to talk about. And so every time we talked, he would quiz me on, why is such and such a big deal? Why is so-and-so bringing up that question? Why did you rule that way? Why did you do this? And it was great fun to be able to share this experience with him, even though he has never set foot in this chamber. He has not visited Atlanta in many years. And so I would simply say that today there is one less person watching online. There is one more person watching in heaven. And I know that he will continue to get a kick out of all of us. You have all lost a fan and a virtual friend. Are there any other remembrances today? With this and those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now move on to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First, I would like to invite Councilmember Boone forward and all of those who are here to honor the retiree Victor Cater to join us up on the podium, please.
Will the entire ADOT family please come forward, led by Commissioner Solomon Cavanis, Deputy Commissioner Alan Smith. Will you all please come forward to honor employee extraordinaire, super employee, Mr. Victor Carter. 56 years. 56 years he has given his life to the city of Atlanta, Georgia. 56 years, Mr. Victor Carter. We're gonna move on to our next proclamation. If you all would have a seat, we're gonna move on to our next proclamation. He's on the way here now. We're gonna move on to our next proclamation. Next on our agenda, we are honoring Miss Georgia Teen 2025, Miss Reagan Moore. Please come forward. Will all those that are here with her please come with her? Will all of her guests please come forward? 2025, Miss Georgia Teen. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, come stand right here. Congratulations, congratulations. She can stay right here. We are here to honor a wonderful young lady, Miss Reagan Moore, the reigning Miss Georgia Teen 2025. Whereas Miss Georgia Teen 2025 Reagan Moore is the reigning Miss Georgia Teens 2025, is an exceptional resident of Powder Springs, Georgia, a devoted youth volunteer for the city of Atlanta, and an honors student at Hillgrove High School, who exemplifies academic achievement, leadership, and an unwavering dedication to uplifting her community. And whereas Ms. Reagan's community service initiative, Dance, Fit, Uplift, champions physical and emotional well-being through the transformative power of dance and movement. And whereas her platform is rooted in personal experience as she courageously shares her journey of overcoming fear and anxiety, related tendencies that once hindered her potential. Through perseverance, passion, and her mastery of tap dance, she discovered inner strength, confidence, and purpose, and now inspires others to achieve health, resilience, and positive mental well-being through the joy of movement. As a triathlete in cheer dance and flag football, she further demonstrates the vital role of sports, teamwork, and community in fostering both physical and emotional wellness. And whereas Ms. Reagan has touched the lives of more than 500 youth and seniors, partnering with local elementary school counselors to promote movement and emotional health during their specialized counseling classroom instruction and leading dance and stretch sessions at senior centers. She has been instrumental in the success of Shamio Shares Inc. Dance and Cheer Camps, sharing her mission and leading routines that have energized and inspired over 300 young participants across the city of Atlanta and the metro Atlanta area. Whereas with aspirations to pursue an advanced degree in broadcast news and sports journalism, Ms. Reagan remains committed to championing physical and mental well-being for all ages, embodying the values of service, perseverance, and passion. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the residents of the city of Atlanta, do congratulate you on this 18th day of August, 2025, in the city of Atlanta, in recognition of this extraordinary young leader whose talent, heart, and dedication reflect the very best in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start off by thanking Councilwoman Boone and Councilman Bond for this proclamation and being able to present me this award. I'm very humbled and grateful for this honor, and I have enjoyed my volunteer work in Atlanta with the Senior Mayor Ball, Shamia Shares, and also being able to do the Fire Atlanta turkey giveaway. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to work in the Atlanta community. During my preteens, around 10 years old or 12 years old, I struggled with anxiety, and it hindered me a lot, especially because I am a competitive dancer. So being able to step on the stage was something that I was very scared of. And now, through my community service initiative, I have been able to overcome that. I am now speaking to you guys, and I'm able to talk to large crowds. And, 2 years ago, I wouldn't even be able to say my name in front of, a classroom of people. So I'm glad that I have the opportunity to say my name and to say how I have overcome my anxiety and the mental illnesses. Dance Fit Uplifts is my community service initiative. So through dance and movement, I promote mental and physical well-being. So I visit senior centers and I teach them line dances. I stretch with them, keep them active, because being able to keep up with our seniors is very important. Things like dementia and Alzheimer's is very big nowadays, and dance and movement can help with that and benefit that as well. But I also work in elementary schools with young students. We play freeze tag and we do fun things to keep their heart rate going, to show them the importance of keeping a positive mental and physical well-being, because it starts at a young age, just like mine did. So I just want to thank you all for presenting me this proclamation, and I'm very honored as I represent the great state of Georgia in Miss America's Teen in 2 weeks.
Congratulations, and we are so very proud of you. And now we will have an official photo. Everybody. Balance it out. I'm coming over here with you.
I think that's where Bun actually smells good. Are you ready for your first one?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes?
Yeah, I think he's here. Yeah.
All right.
Is Mr. Victor Carter here? And now for our employee extraordinaire, 56 years given to the city of Atlanta, Georgia. Will our entire ADOT team come up, led by Commissioner Solomon Cavanis, Deputy Commissioner Alan Smith. Mr. Victor Carter, native son of Atlanta, a graduate of David T. Howard High School. Let's give him another hand, everybody. Are there any other members of our ADOT team in the audience? I see some of his colleagues in the back. If you all would come on up with him. Can you all come on up? Come on up, yay. Come on up. Right, that's good. These are our frontline workers. These are the folks that make the city of Atlanta the great city that it is today. Y'all come on up, let's honor this hero today. 56 years. Atlanta, this is what it's all about, honoring our hero, our frontline worker, Mr. Victor Carter, and now a short video.
My name is Victor Carter. I'm 74 years old now. I came here on the Wednesday in 1968 at 18 years old. And when I started, I was at Hill Street plant. My mama got me the job because it was a man, he was working at Hill Street, and she asked him where he worked at. He said, I work with the city over at Hill Street. So I got my signed up, I got my papers and everything. Police department, fingerprints, health center. But Dad waited there Wednesday, so I walked up his house, and he used to get a ride to work over Hill Street. So I rode with him over there, and he introduced me to his foreman, which was Mr. Red Deckers. And he got me on the asphalt crew, and I started working. He had an old man working with me named Lies Guilford, and he told me everything, you know, how to run a jackhammer and all of that. And he took care of me in them days too. I had that loading rocks and dirt and stuff on the truck. I thought I could wake out here without eating. I couldn't do that though. It was hot out there, and I was loading rocks and stuff, and I just started working and coming to work regular. I made my 6 months. When I made a year, I had 2 weeks vacation, and I took that. But I wasn't intending to work, you know, I was regular, and I wasn't intending to be here this long, but you know, just came natural and started doing it. I'd enjoyed the city since I've been here. You know, coming The way being around people and stuff, and I like that. That's the best part of being here. And there's something to do too. Come to work.
So we just want you to talk about your experience working with Mr. Carter.
He come to work all the time. Even when you got days off, he want to come to work. So he been coming for about 56 years. And I only know him for about 7. And he always working. Picking up trash around the parking lot, everything. He got a little room in there where we put him down there, so all he gotta do is come to work. And he picked some of us in. He ride the bus. So, he's a good guy. Appreciate that.
In honor of Victor Carter, native son, City of Atlanta, 56 years of service. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize and honor Victor Carter for his outstanding 56-year career with the City of Atlanta. Whereas Victor Carter was born in the great city of Atlanta and is a proud product of Atlanta public school system, having graduated from the historic David T. Howard High School. Whereas he is the beloved son of the late William A. Carter, a dedicated retiree from the city of Atlanta, whose enduring legacy of public service continues through her son's exemplary career. And whereas Victor Carter began his extraordinary journey with the city of Atlanta government October 23rd, 1968, serving in the Department of Transportation Street Maintenance Division as a construction maintenance worker in the asphalt unit. And whereas over an unprecedented 56 years of continuous and faithful service, Mr. Carter has exemplified dedication, professionalism, and commitment, consistently arriving early, maintaining an impeccable attendance record. And whereas his manager, Mr. Hall, along with his colleagues, recognized Mr. Carter for his unmatched work, ethics, integrity, and his role as a pillar of reliability and excellence within the department. And whereas Victor Carter's legacy of service is further enriched by the love and support of his wife, Lois B. Carter, and his devoted children, Ralph Leon Brown, Julia Zachary, Shalitha Swilling, who take immense pride in his contributions and character. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim today, August 18th, as Victor Carter Day in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. And now Commissioner Solomon Cavanis.
Mr. Carter, 56 years, y'all. If there's any question of what commitment and what the city of Atlanta represents, it's this man sitting right here. 1968. Shucks, you got me before I was born about years. But it's just a pleasure to have the family of ATL DOT up here to join Mr. Carter and his family, and the opportunity for us to show you what ATL DOT is made of, but also to show you the commitment that a native son of this city has for his city and the love. I don't know if y'all saw in that video, they said sometimes he wants to come in on his day off. That kind of commitment is unique and isn't something that you find every day nowadays. And Mr. Carter hung around and was an example for all those he worked with. He was a teacher. He still is an example, but he is legacy. And that's what ATL DOT stands for. And we just want to thank you, Mr. Carter, for your commitment, and thank your family for your sacrifice, allowing him in sharing him with us. So we want to give you your flowers while you're here. You're looking good. I just want to say, on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation and all those behind you and in front of you, we just want to say we love you and we thank you.
Deputy Commissioner Alan Smith.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you again, council. Thank you again, colleagues and friends. Wow, 56 years, Mr. Vick. I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Vick for about 10 of those 56 years, and I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, when you talk about consistency and showing up for others, consistency and showing up for himself and just serving, he is the embodiment of that. I want to let you all know that you always have a family here in DOT. We love you, we're here for you, and we wish you well on your next chapter. Thank you.
Any of his other workers, his employees, y'all want to speak? Thank y'all so much for being here today as well. Anyone on this side, would you like to say something? Okay, all right. The Honorable Michael Julian Bond.
Well, first, thank you, Councilwoman Boone, for bringing Mr. Carter before us. Let's give him another round of applause for his dedication to the city of Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, this is what a public servant looks like. This is what someone who is dedicated to their, not just to their craft, but to their home, to their community, to the people of this city. And so, Mr. Carter, we're humbled that you are here. We appreciate your example for all city employees that want to make Atlanta a career and not just a job. But you've made Atlanta a way of life. So God bless you and thank you. And from my mother, a former graduate of David T. Howard, she would also say that the David T. Howard Rams can do anything. Is that correct? Yeah, I guess it is correct. Well, God bless you, sir, and thank you.
Any more colleagues? The Honorable Antonio Lewis.
And Mr. Carter, I want to say I truly, truly, truly appreciate your service to the city. As a person who grew up here in 87 when I was born, so you already had 19 years of service by the time I was born. And a few things I've done since I've been on council are thinking about people like you. A gentleman in my family by the name of Melvin Aldridge. I always say the most successful black man in my family until I graduated college was a city employee. In 2023, he retired. He was the only black man who owned a house, owned a car and a truck. And so since I've been down here, I've been trying to make sure we level the city jobs to make sure people can get them. And then I joined the pension board because we want to make sure people can retire like you. So I'm super proud to see you show this shining example of what it looks like when a city uplifts, when someone uplifts the city and the city is able to pour back into them. So I hope you got your watch. I don't know, did he get his Rolex, his City of Atlanta watch yet? So I hope you got that one-of-a-kind watch that you only get if you work for the City of Atlanta 30 years. I hope that you got the strongest pension that pensions can write. And I hope that your best days are ahead of you, brother. God bless you.
Victor Carter Day in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. 56 years. We are going to now allow him to give remarks at this time. Mr. Carter, 56 years.
I really appreciate this
from the city of Atlanta, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
You're welcome.
Y'all do a great job. Great work. Great work. Great work. Great work.
Thank you.
Great work.
Is your family? You got a family from Cedar Town?
I do. All of them.
That's a lot.
Thank you all. Next, I'd like to ask Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to come forward, and all of those who are here to honor the South Asian Business Community Alliance to please join us up on the dais.
Everybody.
As we gather on the dais, I want to acknowledge some of the elected officials that are here. Where is Sheriff, our Sheriff, Melody, in DeKalb County? Is our Sheriff? She's still here? Come on up, Sheriff.
Sorry.
And we have, come on up, Sheriff. Council members, we have Zenobia Willis. Is she here still? Where's the councilman? Oh, come on up. I see you got on the badge. Come on up. No, you can stay wherever you want to, Sheriff. Yeah. You can stay wherever you like. Have I missed anyone? Got Judge who? Oh, Jay, hey, Judge Kirk. How you doing? Who else we got? Oh, yeah, we got our future senator, Mr. Bodie, here. Mayor Clarkson, where's the mayor? Oh, hey, Beverly, how are you doing? Come on up, Madam Mayor. These elected officials started that robbery to be here to honor individuals who've not only contributed to the greater Atlanta society, but have made an indelible mark on the communities and the people of metropolitan Atlanta. I am really pleased and privileged today to want to acknowledge the South Asian Business Community Alliance on behalf of all Atlantans. And you can see from the turnout that we have that they have had a multifaceted effect upon our community and our lives. And so we've had a great reception out here. This is the first time I didn't cook. This is authentic South Asian food out there outside of the chamber, and there's still a lot left if people are so inclined to have something to eat. It's still there for you. But I will get to the proclamation at hand, and we are here to acknowledge. We are officially today, we are celebrating the South Asian Business Community Alliance, whereas the city of Atlanta takes great pride in the varied religious and cultural traditions of its residents and seeks to afford all of its people in Atlanta, Georgia, the opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich histories, cultures, significant contributions, and shared principles of the South Asian Business Community Alliance. Whereas the South Asian Business Community Alliance contributes significantly to the charitable organizations that help people of all faiths in the United States and around the world in feeding the hungry, supporting recovery efforts, alleviating cultural disasters, and providing essential services such as medical care, family support, educational supplies, and before and after school programs, whereas the South Asian Business Community Alliance has made a meaningful contribution to every sector of Georgia's American economy and identity, including advancements in architecture, business, diplomacy, education, government, law, medicine, military service, national security, religion, and sports. And whereas the South Asian Business Community Alliance from Georgia has played important roles in the development of vaccines and in the global fight against disease and polio, malaria, influenza, hepatitis, cancer, and whereas there remains a critical need for culturally competent public education awareness, dialogue, and policymaking to fairly and securely describe the experiences and contributions of the South Asian Business Community Alliance. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as South Asian Business Community Alliance Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, South Asian Business Community Alliance. Now, I know that our good friend Saeed Hussein is here, who is my long-term friend and once fed my lottery addiction through his many businesses.
I make him rich.
He makes me rich. But I'm going to ask you to introduce the members of the principal founders and then we'll make some more remarks. If you could introduce them.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. I'm honored to privileged to have this award from the city of Atlanta. And my colleagues is Mr. Rashid Barani. He's a business owner in Ottawa Metro Atlanta. And he has a lot of gas station and other retail businesses. And number second is Mr. Don right here. Mr. Don Mahmood. He's an entrepreneur, and I think so he's running for the medical school something.
Medical education, yes.
Medical education school, and also have a vice Muslim director, director of the area.
Yep.
And the other one is Mr. Who's that? Who's the other one? Is Mr.
Aziz Anani, he wasn't able to be here. He's being represented by his son. And then Dr. Jaffrey is representing Rahim Shah Akhunkhel, who was an also.
They are out of country, you know, so they're taking behalf of them.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Was there any remarks you'd like to give on behalf of the Alliance?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bond, to receive this, you know, so I'm really appreciate, and at least we build the bridges between our community and the city of Atlanta. Any opportunity coming up, so I bring forward to let them know. So thank you to recognize us.
All right, well, thank you. Would you like to make a remark? Oh, yeah, please, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this prestigious recognition. I am honored to be recognized as a good businessman. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the entire team of the city of Atlanta for their exceptional support. Your dedication and collaboration have been instrumental in our success. I would also like to thank my team, my family, and friends for their unwavering support. This award motivates me to continue striving for excellence and making a positive impact in the business community. Thank you again, and I look forward to continued success and partnership with the city of Atlanta. Thank you so much.
Don Mahmood.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'll start off with Assalamu alaikum, which means peace be upon you for those that may not know. A couple of things I did want to address. One, I am very, very grateful for this recognition. Thank you, Sayyidbai, for kind of coordinating everything. You know, running a business or starting a business is one of the most difficult things to do. And it's a very lonely place when you're struggling to get to the top. I think this organization that's been established will help alleviate a lot of those hurdles that other entrepreneurs or business owners starting out would be facing. So I think this is something that's definitely needed. I'm glad to be a part of it, and I'm glad we're able to get that recognition to make things move forward. We appreciate it. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
But as they say on late night television, but wait, there's more. Because of our longstanding recognition of not only that diversity is an American tradition, equity is as American as apple pie, and inclusion is the lifeblood of a diverse democracy. And so we are here to recognize all facets of the greater Atlanta community and of our country. Amen. I'm sorry, Councilman Bakhtiari. Say something.
Sorry, I just wanted to say something very quickly. As somebody that comes from a family of immigrants and refugees, and being from a family of Azari Iranian family, and knowing very well the tradition that immigrant families bring in terms of diversity, Councilmember Bond is correct. Thank you to all of you. I mean, what you see up here in terms of first, second, third generation is family legacy. People, as you said, coming over here and being alone. My father came to this country not being able to speak English, but he, as he constantly reminds me, he finished second in his class. I did not. So but I just wanted to say thank you, because in a time when we're seeing immigrant and refugee populations under a tremendous attack, despite the fact that our communities have so much buying power, and despite the fact that our communities actually build a bench and actually ensure that local businesses survive and build a bridge to next generations, what you're doing now and being in Gwinnett, which, by the way, thank you for the diversity there, because when I grew up, there was none. And I just, standing up here and knowing what you all do and knowing the journey my father had and what each and every single one of you have had, on behalf of your children, I say thank you, because I say the same to my dad every single day. So I appreciate y'all being here, and I appreciate what you've built. And I know that the years right now are harder than they've ever been, not just because of bureaucracy, I'm so sorry, but also because of the state of our world. So I'm really grateful to you all. Standing with you all feels like standing with my own family. So thank you, Councilman Bond, for this, and thank you all to you for being here for today, and everything you do to support our communities. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, council member. But without further ado, I want to present a special award from my office to Mr. Saeed, not just because of Fantasy 5, that's nothing to do with it, but it has to do with his contributions over many decades to the Atlanta community. So from time to time, my office presents what we have deemed the Prometheus Award, and it reads in part, the City of Atlanta Prometheus Award presented this day, August the 18th, 2025, to Saeed Hussein for meritorious service given to the greater Atlanta community, presented by Councilmember Michael Julian Buck.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all my friends and the busy time, working day, they showed up here and to support us, so thank you, all of them.
Thank you. All right. So without further ado, before we adjourn to the seal, we will step up and take a photograph. So let's go in front of the podium. Going around. Let me scooch you. You come up to. All right, next, the council. You all and the council
You look beautiful. Let me get it for you. Give me 1 second.
We got everybody? You in the shot? Yes. Mr. President.
Thank you all very much. Next, we will move to remarks from the public. I would like to remind everybody that you have up to 2 minutes unless you've been yielded time from someone else on the list. You can't yield time from the microphone. I would also just like to say that I've been advised by the law department that since one of the papers that is before zoning regarding short-term rentals has gone before the ZRB, you cannot comment in public comment regarding that specific paper. You can speak to short-term rentals in general, but to the specifics of the paper, because it went through ZRB, we do not take public comment on zoning specific matters at council meetings. So with that, we will begin today with Brother Muhammad. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes today.
I am Brother Anthony Muhammad. I want to say my Matriarch Hotel. Assalamu alaikum. I say. I come here today to make it very clear that the city of Atlanta, you member council, we are not being fair with our representation in the 21st century for the benefit of the people that are the majority of people of this city. Majority of people of this city is suffering. You have ACAP, Atlanta Commission on Women. The #1 problem with our women today, Atlanta, they're needing some support. You have seniors, women with children. Almost 80% of our sisters and brothers have children with no support. We have a lot of our men. State of Georgia is the 4th largest prison institution in the United States. The largest number of men in jail look like me, 80%. You have most of these cities under the leadership of dark, anti-matter, people that look like myself. And you got cities that have always allowed their peoples in the community to suffer due to gang, due to all kind of wrong teaching among the gang to get brothers to go and do things to get money, get access to opportunities, when the city won't any aid them. But I would make some observation today. As I made over the years, you have people that come in this country, call it DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is good to have people have access. But when I grew up in this city, Mr. Norwood, Mr. Sharp, when I grew up in this city, Thomason, Georgia, Mr. Westmoreland, it was segregation. I'm not that old of a person. It was segregation, wasn't no support for brothers that wanted to have access to resources and change their lives. If you didn't get a job in the economy, you didn't have opportunity. But we did have the technical school. The technical school gave opportunities to some brothers. We went to school and learned how to have trade. Y'all don't even do that in the school system no more. Don't need a lot of people to have access to that. Right here in Atlanta, I go to the school board, Atlanta Public School, the board member. We talked about it in the 80s, about teaching the truth about our contribution to the economic empowerment, our contribution to the ideas of American industry. A lot of things we created. But we don't even talk and let the children know that they got it in their DNA to bring out the best of themselves. But you got these churches, you got these sororities, these fraternities in the 21st century. You can continue to allow people to have access without wanting to help the people that live here in America. And let's come back to ACAL, Ms. Bloom. I've been going to ACAL for the last 15 years. I remember when I didn't have nobody to come and talk about it at all. Didn't say anything about it, but it started in 1994, Atlanta Commission on Women. Why has we not been able to use that committee like Ms. Adrian said? One of y'all colleagues, Ms. Norwood. Ms. Adrian said maybe less than 10 years ago. Why don't we have ACAR come up with a report and let us know what their intentions are every quarter? Let us know what they really want to suggest they can come together in collaboration for the benefit so we can be able to help them, help the seniors, help the children that don't have access to opportunities. But did we submit to that? No. That was less than 10 years ago. I've been asking ever since we have had this committee. Ms. Bloom, when you was the chairman, Ms. Barcateri, she worked, as I said last time, came with the idea to help them have access to open that committee back up. But now I found out the last legislation, Ms. Bloom, you come up with $50,000. For what? These people don't even give a report. I was told, Brother Muhammad, you can go to the committee. I wasn't a member of the committee. But I found out that you had some of the members of the committee were arguing among themselves. One lady was the leader. Before you come up with this $50,000, she resigned from the post. I'm hearing this. But how is it that we can have you all in the 21st century not want to find ways to use the resources of my tax money? My tax money with Fulton County went up 300%. And I don't think it's fair for you to continue in these dogmatic cities to rule without the consideration, how can we help the poor? You go right outside of this street, you see people on both sides of the street living on the side, on the ground, Mr. Amos. Ain't nobody trying to help that. Ain't nobody trying to stop that. But why do I bring up Mara? Why do I bring up Thor? We have these, what I talk about a lot, the sorority, fraternity, churches. We don't even want to teach the people who are the richest of people on earth. If we teach the people how we are more responsible, as our ancestors taught culture, civilization, Ms. Norwood, we taught that. Dark matter people. We shared it, gave it to you. But in the 21st century, it seems like everybody want to walk away from their own contribution. Walk away without knowing that you're supposed to be able to work for the benefit to help ones have access, help them have an opportunity. But like I said, I grew up in a city that you only could just live on a dirt road. All the people that live in the big houses live downtown. So when I came to Atlanta, I decided that I was going to be able to go to Georgia State. Came out of the Navy. Did all that. Worked at Citizen Southern Bank, Bar Club. Did all that. But I seen how the people's out there in the park after Mr. Maynard Jackson was here. We just have a very good collective of people coming together, fellowship. You could come downtown. You didn't see all the killing and things like it's going on today. You didn't see all the people homeless. We had those projects. You know, we got them after the Caucasian left, but we had access to housing. You had members of those communities to be able to build. They had presidents of those communities that will talk with the mayor candidates to talk about how can we improve things. Then y'all closed all of it down. Didn't have no houses available for the people. We lost over half, about 500,000 people since the 80s to the now. But now I ask you, why is it that we can't get you to collectively come together and find a way in this city alone? You got Martin Luther King now. You got his daughters and all their members of those organizations that they represent. You got Mr. Lowry, those organizations that they represent. But it seems like y'all not want to be like Jose and them said. Where the voice said for the people. Now you got you, Ms. Boone, as I said. You're going to come out with $50,000 for an organization. And we ain't seeing nothing of a report, no quarter report. But you can come up with money, yet you walk down the street and see the people. How long we got to keep getting these things done for people that has resources? I have a problem with that. I'm going to end it with this. got the president, y'all, as I said before, Mr. Trump. He going into Washington, D.C. with National Guard. He said he's going to go in some of the other cities. But I would think the mothers that look like me would be happy to have somebody come in and stop their children from being able to be forced in gangs, be forced in going to rob something so they can get a chance to put some food on the table because some guy say, this is my gang, you do this for me, I'm gonna look out for you. Or teach them how to have assets. We're not doing it. Y'all not taking y'all energy collectively and working together to try to find ways to train them folk. You're not doing that in the major cities. You got Chicago. I was up there on Stone Island in '79 with Mr. Farrakhan. I came up under that. But I left religion because I don't want to continue to go along with that don't want to use their influence to help the little people, the people that don't have assets. We come down here and beg with y'all. But you got way today that you can do for everyone that come in this country, find ways to aid them, Mr. Warren, find ways to help them have assets and resources, find ways to help them have opportunities and nearness to you, but not for the people that built this city, built every city in America on their backs. But we're living on the street. But then we're going to see money going to be built in all those places overseas. But I think if Mr. Trump keep like he's going, he may find reason to help money to put in the community to help lift us up. Because I'm tired of you all not speaking on behalf of us. I greet you as I did not. Assalamu alaikum. Mayor Metro Hotel.
Thank you. Next will be Henry Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
God here. Give not to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Matthew 10, chapter 33rd verse. The warning, so whosoever should deny me, is a comprehensive historical aorist tense, referring not to one moment of denial, such as Peter, but to an entire resistance to Christ. Jesus has given me many business plans that created billions of dollars for about 12 years, and you denied it. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, said the Lord. Isaiah 54, chapter 17, verse. He is the Redeemer of all men, yet the same one who is the Holy One of Israel. We need God, and he don't need us. God's righteousness worked in me is made to give him praise, and you gave the praise to James Swift and yourselves. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. Psalms 101, 7th verse. The ideal king sing to the Lord, keep his personal life pure, and administers social justice. You lied about what Christ did in me, and sold the enormous amount of income the work of God created through me. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. St. Matthew 5th chapter 16 verse. His light should clearly shine forth in the darkness of human depravity. The Lord told me if I work your job, when the problems come, I'll be too tired to help you. Jesus did the work in me for us to glorify him and seek obedience to him for our deliverance. We can deliver ourselves like Jesus can. He can stop a bomb better than man can.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Barrington Ward. Due to yield time, you have up to 4 minutes.
It should be listed as 8.
I only saw one yield. I checked it twice.
If you'll check with the folks out front, I verified.
I only have 4, I'm sorry. I only see one yield.
I was actually out there when the additional people yielded to me. It's really imperative that I have my full time.
I'm sorry, I only got the list I've got. We'll keep checking while you're talking.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Council President and members of the City Council. My name is Devin Barrington Ward. I'm with the National Police Accountability Project, And I'm here today because Atlanta, we have an accountability crisis along with the jail crisis, and they are connected. And if this body chooses courage, we can change both. First, I'd like to start with Devon Anderson. Recently, the National Police Accountability Project, along with the Southern Center for Human Rights, filed a Freedom of Information Act request. And the reason we did that is because we believe that Devon Anderson should be alive today. He was killed by off-duty APD officer Melvin Potter, a man who long before that night had DUI, reckless driving history, probation issues, allegations of domestic violence against a female APD colleague. And after Devon was killed by him, he refused a breathalyzer test and obstructed justice in the investigation. And any other city employee with this type of record would have been removed long ago. And in Atlanta, he still gets to keep his badge and his gun. I want to thank APD for responding to a portion of our public records request. We requested those records for one reason, and it's to make it unmistakably clear to every APD officer under the sound of my voice, and that will hear this eventually, that whether you are on duty or off duty, you are not above the law. Public transparency is not a favor, it's a legal obligation, and a starting point for rebuilding trust. We will keep pressing until the public has a full account of prior complaints, disciplinary timelines, and decision paths that allowed Officer Potter and Officer Garrett Rolfe and others to remain on the force. And let me also be clear about Officer Rolfe, the officer who killed Rayshard Brooks in 2020 and was later reinstated. Rolfe is now under investigation again for engaging in an assault against a bartender in Midtown. When officers with deadly force histories return to duty and then reappear in new incidents of off-duty violence, it's not a fluke, it's a policy failure. Our position is simple. Officer Melvin Potter should be fired. Officer Garrett Rolfe should be fired. And where conduct meets criminal law, murder, assault, and obstruction, prosecution should follow. Accountability cannot stop at HR. It has to reach the courthouse or it isn't accountability at all. The culture here is problematic, and it's important that we expose it. A lot of times people like to say these are isolated incidents. They are not. They are predictable outcomes of weak early warning systems, slow internal affairs investigation, and a pattern of giving the benefit of the doubt to the person with the badge rather than the people who live with their consequences of their deadly actions. That culture doesn't just harm families, it exposes the city to liability, civil rights claims for excessive force, and failure to train or supervise wrongful death and negligence claims, and the downstream costs of indemnifying the conduct when the public, we won't defend that. Now I'd like to talk about the Atlanta City Detention Center and our staged withdrawal. When the city approved the lease allowing Fulton County to house people at ACDC, it was sold as a humanitarian response to a crisis at the Rice Street Jail. The mayor said, "We are saving lives." But since then, people have continued to die under the county's custody, including in our city detention center. That tells us that this crisis is structural, not architectural. Continuing this lease is not only morally wrong, but it is legally reckless for this body to do. One, there's a constitutional exposure. The 8th and 14th Amendment prohibit deliberate indifference to serious medical needs and unsafe conditions. And when patterns of medical neglect and violence or suicide persist, Atlanta is not insulated simply because Fulton County books people at the city property. It's the city's facility, our staff is there, and our policies contribute to the harm. The plaintiffs rightfully will name the city of Atlanta. When unconstitutional conditions stem from policy choices like continuing to rely on a facility and leadership with known failures and refusing to implement adequate medical and mental health protocols, the city's policies and exposure becomes more evident. In addition, the more time and money we invest in a temporary arrangement, the more we normalize a permanent jail expansion by another name. That increases the odds we will keep paying for emergency Band-Aids and lawsuit settlements instead of solutions. Added to this is the ongoing U.S. Department of Justice investigation into the Fulton County jail system. The federal scrutiny does not stop at Rice Street. Any continuing reliance on the city detention center as a pressure valve ties Atlanta's name and its legal risk to a system that the DOJ has already flagged for constitutional concerns. And let me be clear again about the political moment we find ourselves in this country. A hostile Department of Justice under Donald Trump absolutely could weaponize those things, those findings, to deflect blame or to force the terms on the city or to justify more carceral fixes that we don't control. Why keep the city lashed to someone else's constitutional crisis when you have a lawful, sensible off-ramp already in the lease that was approved by this body? That off-ramp is our stage withdrawal. And it's not a talking point, it's a promise that was made to the public by this administration here in Atlanta. It is a plan to end the dependency on a failing system and transition the city detention center into a full diversion center and center for care. Diversion is not softness. Diversion is risk management. Fewer people in unsafe custody, fewer medical crises in cells, fewer civil rights claims, fewer lawsuits, lower recidivism, and better public safety outcomes. So what this council must do now is first, I will continue to ask for this council to pass a resolution urging for the administration and the police department to fire Melvin Potter and Garrett Roth, and also support the pursuit of criminal accountability where warranted. Second, we need APD to fix this off-duty policy and enforce it. Third, we need the initiated stage withdrawal from the Atlanta City Detention Center from Fulton County. Pass the legislation to withdraw, publish a month-by-month timeline, identify those who are responsible, and appoint an independent monitor to report progress publicly. Don't let what was supposed to be temporary become a permanent policy failure. Build transparency that actually builds trust with the public. The choice is in front of you today. Atlanta claims to be this cradle of the civil rights movement, and I actually believe that, but I would believe that more if my council passed legislation that was actually grounded in other civil rights. And that means that we have to end this madness with Fulton County, and we also have to hold our police officers accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that I got an updated printout. That's why you got your 8 minutes. And I've also updated the rest of the list. Next will be Devin Franklin. You'll have up to 8 minutes today due to yielded time.
Good afternoon, City Council. For those who are not aware, my name is Devin Franklin. I am Senior Movement Policy Counsel at the Southern Center for Human Rights here in Atlanta, Georgia. For those who also do not remember, I'm a former public defender here in Fulton County for 12 years. I've worked in these courts. I've been in that jail, not through personal escorts or anything like that, because I met with clients and am personally familiar with the conditions in that facility. I am here today as part of the Communities Over Cages Coalition, particularly to speak towards the stage withdrawal resolution legislation that we believe will be taken up later on today. Last Friday, August 15th, 2025, marked the 3-year anniversary of when this body voted on Ordinance 22-0-1632. That was the legislation that authorized City Mayor Andre Dickens to enter into an intergovernmental lease with the Fulton County Sheriff and Fulton County government to lease 700 beds to those persons for addressing what was said to be humanitarian crisis for the many men that were sleeping on the floor at that point in time. The clock on those 4 years began in December of 2022. That's when the first persons were transferred from Fulton County to the Atlanta City Detention Center. And so as we stand here today, the question may be, why are we talking about the staged withdrawal now? We are just over a year from the point in time when Fulton is supposed to be out of that building. And there are some who may feel that the timing of this request is premature. Some may wonder why we're even addressing it at all, given that, you know, the actual intergovernmental agreement itself, the contract that the city signed with Fulton County, says that there should be a staged withdrawal, that there should be conversations had, that the actual ordinance itself states that updates are to be given to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee beginning at the 270-day mark. You may ask, why are we here asking for support for what should not be in question? I will tell you why. I will tell you because the urgency is apparent. I will tell you that we have read the tea leaves from both the state legislature and Fulton County's legislature, and we see the efforts to essentially finesse the Atlanta City Detention Center from your possession. In the spring of this year, Senate Bill 7 was introduced before the state legislature, and essentially what that legislation offered was that the Fulton County Sheriff at any point in time could take ACDC and use it for housing purposes without any consent or input from you all. Just this morning, a press conference was held by Fulton County Chairman Rod Pitts, and primarily it was speaking to the need for them to figure out how they're going to renovate Rice Street, and particularly building additional facilities. But what's important when you look into the agenda around that is their expressed need for continued occupation of the Atlanta City Detention Center, right? They are arguing that they need to continue to have utilization of your space beyond the terms of the agreement, so that they can effectuate the building of new facilities over the next 10 years at the cost of $1 billion, something to that extent. The time for this vote is now, because we saw that the last time that you all voted on this, the legislation was a failure. The legislation was a failure. We told you before that the first person to be transferred to Atlanta City Detention Center would be the women who were housed at the South Fulton Regional Jail, that it would not first address the individuals who were sleeping on floors at the Fulton County Jail at Rice Street. And we saw that that happened, that the first 300 individuals that were brought over there were not the men who were sleeping on the floor, but it was the women who were already housed in a different facility. We told you that the issues within Fulton County, like, yes, the building is in horrible condition, but we told you all that there was a bigger issue with the culture of abuse and neglect. And that has been proven right as well. I know it's been proven right because I was part of the organization that reached out to the United States Department of Justice and asked for the investigation. The results of that investigation showed you all that there were incidences such as pipe fittings being left in the common spaces, things that could be used to create weapons, right? And we told you all this was gonna happen, okay? And that continuing to relieve Fulton County of its necessary accountability will continue to put individuals in danger. Now is the time for you all to vote on this stage of legislation, this stage withdrawal legislation, because it is the perfect opportunity to make sure that we are holding government officials accountable. From this very podium, the week before the vote for the legislation, Mayor Andre Dickens came and spoke to you all. He stated, quote, that it was his personal constitution that he would not want to have Atlanta in the jailing business, that it was not his desire to have Atlanta in the jailing business. And more importantly, what he also spoke to, and if you all want to hear the quotes, I can gladly send it to you in your emails. He spoke to the fact that at the time that the first person was to be transferred to the Atlanta City Detention Center, that there should also be a request for inquiry put out by the City of Atlanta regarding the use of the facility afterwards, particularly its conversion to a Center for Equity and Wellness for those individuals in need. And so as we sit here pondering what is best use for that facility in the future, what we must keep in mind is that in order to control the population at Fulton County, in order to make sure that people who are in custody, who do not need to be in custody, have the resources that they need in order to make Atlanta safer, to make themselves safer, to make their communities safer, then they need to have a place to access those resources. And I don't say that empty-handedly. I say that as a public defender who, when I had a client who was without housing, and on a Saturday morning at 1 o'clock, we found out that he had housing that would only be available for the next day, that I got up and put him in my car and drove him to Hollywood Road at night, right? And I know a lot of you folks ain't going to Hollywood Road at that time of day, okay? I don't say this as an individual who doesn't have skin in the game, a person who hasn't paid for hotel rooms for people who need it in order to make sure that they aren't in violation of their sentences. And so essentially what we're asking you all to do should not be seen as controversial. It should not be seen as bullying. It should not be seen as trying to create a problem. We are only asking that you all keep your word. Those of you all who voted in favor of the legislation for the lease, the language inside the lease called for the stage withdrawal. We're asking that you keep that word, and we're asking that Councilman Lewis call for a vote on that legislation today. Thank you.
Next will be Deacon Casey Cameron. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. I am Deacon Casey Cameron, Chairman Deacon of Live Life Tabernacle Praise in Atlanta, Georgia, under Apostle Tracy Lynn's well. Now, even though I just went through a second-degree burn on my left foot, but when my pastor called me and told me that somebody from the city of Atlanta have ran into the wall when they're working on the street of James P. Brawley and Pond, I could not believe it. Whether my foot was hurting or not, I jumped in my car and headed to the church. And on August the 8th is when she was telling me about it earlier this morning and when this happened. For her to have the city to take responsibility, but nobody decided to fix the wall. This is in District 3, the same district when the late Ira Young put a speed bump on his street and supposed to have been putting it on James P. Brawley, where you actually have parks where kids is running out and you got cars speeding down. Then you got streets that is crowding, just like over there on Hollywood Road off of Jane Jackson Parkway. As you go down that curve on your left-hand side where it's sinking in, where you constantly had to call the city. I wish you councilmen, I wish the president would get in the city van and all you councilmen ride through the district, because when you run for office, you say you're gonna fix up the community, which that is truly not happening. So if you don't stand for something, you would truly fall for anything. Remember, you all have to be reelected because we voted you in and we can vote you out. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
And to God be the glory.
Next will be Walter Reeves. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Walter Reeves, Workers' Representative. The Jackson Hole Economic Forum begins later this week. And I would like to thank all of y'all for tolerating my lectures on the Bretton Woods monetary crisis. The city of Atlanta is perhaps the largest metropolitan area that is familiar with this issue and really deserves an award. And I would like to recommend a book, Grand Bargain, by Gerald E. Rosen. He was the one of the many federal judges that handled the bankruptcy of Detroit. And we really need federal judges to start paying attention to this issue. And I thank you very much. And I will be stepping back and taking some time off to hopefully get some awards for my work for the New Orleans truck attack, now also for the Reeves Bretton Woods 4, and also an award for the very sordid event at the U.S. Embassy in Brussels. Regarding that does not reflect the general culture of Atlanta. I've been very impressed by the urbane wholesomeness of city workers here. You really should be very proud of them. I've been very proud of Asha Collins and her urbane wholesomeness. And she represents them very well. And God bless you. I'll stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be L.A. Pink. Due to yield of time today, you have up to 8 minutes.
Good evening, political gangbangers. As I say to you every time I come, if you guys could spend as much time getting jobs done as you do proclamations, giving out, you may have some legislation and laws passed around here. You guys got more proclamations going out than you do laws being passed for people's rights that's being violated. We speak out all the time about the jail. We come here, we speak about the homeless. If you guys could even take out the time to go to these places that Mayor Dickhead is staging out to the community. Have y'all been to some of these places that y'all placing the homeless in? Have y'all taken out the time? Because y'all have housed them and we've given them furniture, but they roofs falling in, ovens don't work, roach infested. We could come down here time and time and time again, and I know y'all think we performing. We warning y'all for the RICO that's coming. And pray that your name ain't on it. Because for the names that I have mentioned, trust me, it's on there. Because I've tied you all together for the work that is not being done and the money that's being taken. See, I am tired, and I know the community's tired, of Mayor Dickhead campaigning on taxpayer dollars. We tired. We tired of them teaming up, from what the streets say, with Boones and Shirley Franklin and all of these other people, they say helping Mayor Dickhead campaign. We tired. And we're coming here to warn you. I know y'all be taking it like, oh, y'all just being funny. You know, I give y'all nicknames because I don't respect you. That's why I give you a nickname. It ain't because I'm coming up here trying to be funny. It's the lack of respect that I have for your name that you've ruined in the community. Now, your proclamations to people may seem different because some people get off on that kind of stuff. But from what I watch, you wait until somebody about dead or about to die, and that's when you recognize them. There's people been here 58, 60 years. You think that's cute for you to all of a sudden bring them a proclamation like you did, what's her name? I'll think of a name in a minute. But people been here for years, don't be recognized, and then all of a sudden you want to recognize them, but their houses is going undone. They can't get their roof fixed. Other people from other areas got to come in, but they've been working for the city of Atlanta or been doing things for years for the city of Atlanta and can't even get their house done, but y'all want to give them a proclamation? That's an insult. But as they continue to talk about the jail, y'all wait, watch, and wonder about what's about to happen on Wednesday, because like I said, some names that have been mentioned in the RICO is coming. And on Wednesday, all hell about to break loose. So trust me, like I said, you got y'all running, are you running for president? I don't know, I ain't heard too much about what work you've done for you to be president, but hey, to each his own. But what we are tired of is the staging, the performance, the sitting, the watching, the being friends. I don't want to say nothing because I don't want them on my back. Well, I want them on mine. Because trust me, what weight I got on mine, I could carry it. That's why I come for you. I show my face. See, I ain't got people on social media, on a fake page. When you come to my page, you can see exactly who I'm talking to and about. Because I want your job. And I come to tell you that. I ain't come running no laws. That's their job. They got that. Because when I come down, just know I got facts. And when I come down, trust me, I done been to your neighborhood, your doorsteps, to where you supposed to be serving and your job ain't being done. See, your father's names, grandpa's names, and uncle's names is on stuff. Like I just said, y'all put Shirley Franklin's name on a street where hundreds of homeless lays. Ain't no way you gonna do that to me. You couldn't put my name on no street where you got homeless still laying there. That's an insult. She should be ashamed of herself. You could tell what type of mayor she was when she was in office, and whoever is being bought by her and paid, trust me, tell them to come see me. You better check my resume. They say, why you won't run from this seats? I can't, because I'm too busy gonna get y'all up out of them. For those that ain't doing their job. And if the shoe fit, wear it, and if it don't force your feet into it. You know who you are. You know what you do. You know what you done. And trust me, Norwood, you could be asleep if you want to, boo, because we'll come for you too. Don't ever get it twisted. Brother Haroon helped you, remember, and my husband. Oh yeah, when you was trying to run for mayor. Don't get it twisted. But you ain't too far either, baby. You think because you sit in Buckhead, we can't come knock on some doors and remove you? Trust me. It will be done and can be done. Don't ever get it twisted. And I could show you better than I could tell you. Trust me, I ain't applied as much pressure as I could. I know y'all be feeling like I be coming down here by myself, but trust me, I ain't by myself. It's just if we come and bring a whole bunch of people, then y'all call us a gang. You know how Funny Willis do. Everything she want to look at as a Rico, but she the Rico. She the Rico. But the Rico Queen gonna have to come for some of y'all, and then we coming for her. Dozier, I most definitely want to say, we watched the video of your daughter and you, and we most definitely send our love. Because a lot of people, and I said I didn't even understand how that ain't even being spoke about. That should have went all over to every news station, because that was something deep. You fight for your community. You stand up for your people. And y'all, I just want you to know, we here for you. We watched that and it took my heart, because that could have been you and your baby's life. And they would have been giving you flowers and a proclamation and all of that then. When they should have had recognized that. That should have had stopped everything. Everything in here should stop. We should have been still hearing about that. Because it was a tragedy accident, but God had his hands all over you because he know you got work to do. And you gonna do it. I watched you. Proud of you.
Thank you. Next will be Rashonda Russell. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Okay, well, I don't know how I could come by Sister Pink, but I am Rashonda Russell, and I am new to everyone here at the board, but I'm coming up here today because of the DOJ. You know, my son has been in Douglas County in the prisons for 10 years. So it took me 10 years to do a chain of command to come in front of you guys. From the regions and all of that stuff where things are not being done correctly, as you all know. And my biggest thing is, I know I have 2 minutes, but my biggest thing is that got me was everybody stood up for the pledge of allegiance to the flag, for justice. And my son is sitting in a cell with mold for 3 months with health issues. And my biggest other thing is, it's it's the rights, the inmates' rights of saying they're already being punished. Why they got to continue to be punished is a problem for me. And I'm an advocate not just as for my son, but for everyone that doesn't have a voice or scared to even speak up. But my other problem is that my son speaks up on the policies and the procedures, and he's being punished as well. Moving from city to jail, prison to prison, as I would say, under wardens to wardens, secretly moving him because he's bringing light to the policies and the procedures that they supposed to follow. Getting little hits on them that's not supposed to be, that's coming to him that it shouldn't be, because he's speaking on the things that the wardens are doing. Again, these are seats that everybody signed up for. And if you guys are not helping to assist to put the correct people in the seats, then it's a problem with you guys also. Because my son is my only child, and I refuse to be a parent up here like other parents, God forbid. Okay, well, God forbid, but thank you for my time. I'll be back. Thank you.
Next will be Charles Rambo. Charles Rambo. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes today.
Thank you and good morning. Good afternoon to the mayor as well as the city council members. My name is Charles Rambo. I'm a retired commander from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office with over 30 years of public safety service, to include law enforcement, intelligence analysts, corrections, which also led to me helping lead the Fulton County Jail into 95% compliance ratings with its most recent consent decree order. Today, I understand the weight of what you're trying to deal with the city jail, but it cannot ignore the overcrowding of the jail with residents that come from your districts. This is the peril of this also is to the peril of countywide taxpaying citizens. As cited by the United States Department of Justice, the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, as well as your former corrections chief, now Fulton County Sheriff, the Fulton County Jail is in a state of crisis. I urge you today to reconsider ending the city's contract for housing Fulton County inmates that, again, come from the various districts that you represent. My reasons are not based upon political policy, but legitimate law and order for the people, not just in Atlanta, but countywide citizens whose public safety are also at stake. Number one, the majority of pretrial defendants housed in the Fulton County Jail charged with state, felony, and misdemeanors, again, that come from your districts. If diversion is your goal, then please, let's make it real in a joint pilot project prioritizing those Atlanta-based inmates with mental health and addiction struggles towards restorative justice. But abandoning detention altogether really will violate the essential duty and contradict the essential service of policing. It will only push the crisis back into unforeseeable consequences back into your districts. Number two, while I respect and defend the First Amendment rights of signs that declare incarceration is inhumane, with all respect to activists here today, that was the similar chant that was held when protesters stood in front of the Fulton County Government Center 5 years ago in opposition to building a medical wing at the Fulton County Jail. What resulted, as the great former city council member and county commissioner Lee Moore said of that vote that failed, it will come back to haunt you. Years later, imagine LaShawn Thompson's death could have been prevented in a state of a medical unit in the space that had been constructed if it had not been voted down. Next, if jails don't solve problems, is the free speech that will influence your position on today your vote on today's resolution, then please instruct the Atlanta Police Department to stop bringing inmates to the Fulton County Jail. It, again, will violate as well as contradict your legitimate interest in trying to provide law and order services that need correctional facilities to house people towards incarceration as well as adjudication. That's why rehabilitation cannot exist without humane Eighth Amendment conditions where people languish in jails, returning to your districts a better criminal than a productive citizen. But most critical, as it applies to every municipality, and I'm a witness to this, our jurisdiction's got to do a better case of bringing to the criminal justice system cases that can pass a constitutional muster of getting past Sixth Amendment demands by inmates to have their fair date and fair opportunity towards trials. Now, I respect the fact that you don't want your facility torn up, as we hear in federal reports, as well as the media of the Fulton County, like the Fulton County Jail. While internal order and discipline is not the scope of county or city officials, that's the sole responsibility of the elected sheriff. But remember, 3 out of 4 voters rejected a $1.7 billion mega jail, which leaves you with an aligned mandate. Hold the sheriff accountable in his constitutional duty in leased spaces consistent with landmark cases like Pecunia versus Martinez, which give him, not the courts or legislators, constitutional discretion to manage conditions within internal order and discipline. This must happen now, not only in the county jail, but also in your leased spaces. My comment today is not about political grandstanding or power moves that have haunted the relationship between the county as well as the city as it pertains to the city jail. Trust me, I go back to the inflated cost that the city wanted to charge the county for the facility when we offered to try to purchase it when we were under another consent decree. Essentially, just bringing this to a close, at the end of the day, I urge you all to be partners in constitutional reform, more or less because, and I'm going to say it because I don't hear any civil organizations, I don't hear any religious communities, I don't hear anybody coming up here to speak towards the plight of Black youth that are housed there at that jail. We are not getting ready to give up on people who deserve a second chance and sending them down the road when they obviously might be exonerated for the crimes that they have been charged for. So at the end of the day, this is where I'll end. And I don't like quoting scripture in front of politics. But according to Daniel's 3rd chapter and the 3rd verse, you as well as Fulton County are in the same condition, almost the same as the Hebrew boys who stood there watching their community leaders on bended knee as opposed to standing up for what is legitimate towards their rehabilitation. Please do not let this type of Babylonian curse fall upon the city of Atlanta, the jewel of the South, because we're abdicating and failing to special interests that otherwise are not taking consideration to those who need some type of rehabilitation. And it begins at the Fulton County Jail. Do not please take this lease away from the county. I say this as a person who has worked at the county jail and watched how you all have bound over cases over to us that crowded out the jail and left us having to manage it. Please act more responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Brittany Burns. You have up to 2 minutes.
No, I don't. I have more minutes than that. You said Brittany Burns. Okay, we heard me.
Next will be Dominique Grant. We're up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm glad you woke up, Ms. Norwood. My name is Dominique Grant, and I serve as the Campaign and Operations Manager at Women on the Rise,
I have
Georgia.
not been sleeping. Thank you so much.
I have pictures with your eyes closed for longer than 4 minutes.
Eyes closed does not mean sleeping.
Councilmember Norwood,
okay.
you can respond after. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Grant.
Thank you. When I joined this fight, Atlanta had already broken its promise. Mayor Dickens once stood with us to close ACDC, but instead of following through, he signed a deal to keep it open and turn us over. Almost 3 years to date, we didn't stay quiet. We organized, we sat in City Hall, and we brought solutions. We showed how the jail could be depopulated and how resources could be redirected to housing, mental health care, and harm reduction, investments that actually make our community safe. Instead of listening, leadership doubled down on incarceration. Fulton County's problems are not being solved because the county refuses to address its failing systems. More jail beds had never been the answer, and y'all knew that. Today, simply put, we urge council to move forward with the legislation to make a clear plan to get Fulton County out of ACDC and to finally repurpose it as a center for services and not incarceration. Please stop letting Fulton County and the mayor bully y'all when they couldn't care less if you're reelected or not. The path forward is clear and our communities can't wait any longer. Oh, she left. Okay, so nothing. Oh, okay. She does what she always does.
Thank you. Next will be Roberta Myers. Due to yield to time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members and City of Atlanta residents. I'm Roberta Myers, Vice President of State Strategy and Reentry at the Legal Action Center. We're a national nonprofit law and policy organization committed to fighting discrimination, defending dignity, and supporting justice. We are members of the Community Over Cages Coalition, a group of local and national organizations fighting to end mass criminalization and to see the city of Atlanta and Fulton County reduce its carceral footprint by eliminating their reliance on incarceration and other forms of punishment as their public safety strategy. It's time. It's time to do something different. It's time for you to follow through on your word and your vote. In 2022, you went against the community when hundreds of us stood before you on multiple occasions to say it was a horrible idea to lease the Atlantic City Detention Center to Fulton County. We told you it was not going to help end overcrowding in the Fulton County jail system. We told you it would not end the inhumane treatment and lack of care of individuals that would lead to more deaths. It didn't prevent the death of Noni Baptiste Kosoko, only 6 months after the lease agreement went into effect that handed over ACDC keys to Fulton County. We told you it would not be a financial benefit to the city, but instead a financial liability. I handed y'all a report to show that. You didn't listen to us. You listened to Mayor Dickens and one of the culprits that sustains the practices and policies that keep the jail system and the people in it in crisis and in danger. It didn't prevent the U.S. Department of Justice's 2024 finding that conditions of confinement at the Fulton County Jail violated the 8th and 14th Amendments of the Constitution, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It's time to enforce more accountability of the Atlanta Police Department. It's time to make sure the lease ends and plans for staged withdrawal is executed. It's time to revive the plan to develop a comprehensive health and wellness center that includes space for a career training center, a health clinic, short-term and transitional housing, mental health services, drug and alcohol treatment, and more. It's time to move forward with creating the John Lewis Center for Equity and Justice by repurposing the Atlanta City Detention Center. Today is time, and I need you to please stand up and stand for what's right for the people and to follow through on the promises that have been made to us for years. For years, we need y'all to stand up and stand firm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Maggie McCullum. You have up to 2 minutes.
Afternoon to everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I want to bring some happy thoughts into this place right now. I went to the National Senior Games, and on my travel there, these are the medals that I won. I won a gold in powerlifting. I won a silver in mixed cornholes. I won a silver in Tai Chi. I won 4th place in doubles cornhole. I would just like to say thank you for allowing us seniors to live. It's time for us to live. Get rid of all the smoke and let it settle and allow seniors to do things so that we can make it a long time. We have worked, I have worked in my community, worked hard to do things to make people feel comfortable in their neighborhoods. We would like for all of you to continue to allow people to be comfortable where they live. God bless each and every one of you. I know that the job is not easy, but just reach back for that burden and that yoke that He'll make it light. Continue to work on, continue to be of service to the people, for the people, by the people, and all of us can be happy together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Mark Spencer. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Congratulations on all the medals, and thank you for bringing some smiles to the room. Unfortunately, my message is not as uplifting. I think because I have a little extra time, I just want to share a little bit about why we do this work, why over the past 5 years you see us come in white coats to talk to you all about this work. And what comes to my mind is a patient that I saw very recently, and this gentleman I saw in my clinic, which is a transition clinic, which means that we see people who are very recently released from the state prison system and the county jail system. And what really struck me when, we finished our visit and he was leaving is that he paused and he looked at me and, with every ounce of his humility, he asked me if I had any money for food. And like anyone in this room would do, it's not a story about me being some sort of saint. I gave him $10. And what happened next has really stayed with me because he wept in a way that I haven't seen somebody cry that vulnerably in a really long time. And it really reminded me of how vulnerable this man was, and that he had nothing from the city, from the county. He had absolutely nothing, and he would do anything he could just to even find a meal. And that vulnerability is not something, unfortunately, unique to that one individual. This is something we see every single day. It's something we see every single week, and that's what drives our work and why we're here talking about policy, because I've lost track of this gentleman, and he's missed his last 4 visits. I've seen him pop up in the emergency room 4 or 5 times, And I'm really worried the next time that I hear from him, he's gonna be back in Rice Street or he's gonna be dead. And this wouldn't be the first time that something like this has happened. There's not often happy endings to these stories. And I think why we get so frustrated is because, yes, we need to repurpose ACDC. It's so logical, it's so evidence-based. We need this space, we need more resources, we need $30 million going to substance use, harm reduction, housing, et cetera, but to be honest, it's a drop in the bucket of the need that we see every single day. And so when it feels like moving a mountain to do something that makes so much sense, it's really deflating, and it really makes us profoundly question, why are all of you in public service if not to serve the public in a way that's deep and meaningful? And I think that every time I think about that individual, every time I think about my other patients in similar situations, that's why we want to have these policy discussions. So I have a few minutes of comments that I want to follow with. And for those who don't know, my name is Mark Spencer. I'm a physician here in Atlanta and a director of an organization called Stop Criminalization of Our Patients. And we center our work on the criminal legal system because every single health inequity that we see in Atlanta is intimately tied to the criminal legal system, whether it's housing, substance use, race, poverty, mental health, and a lot more. And it's really impossible to discuss, let alone address, the fact that many of our Black patients in Atlanta live 15 to 20 years less than other patients and die prematurely without talking about the criminal legal system. And as physicians, medical students, and public health professionals, we emphatically support the demand to close and repurpose ACDC. And we ask you to pass the phase withdrawal legislation so that we can move forward together and actually build something positive. And it's a rare opportunity this year, amidst all the federal and state legislation that is inflicting so much violence on our patients, to envision something life-affirming coming at the local level. And Atlanta has the opportunity to remove 1,300 jail beds from America's sprawling carceral landscape. And I personally do think that is a beautiful thing. And it holds the potential to impact so many lives. Atlanta, once and for all, needs to divorce itself from Fulton's carceral catastrophe. And again, it's hard to express how badly this is needed. Like I was sharing about my patient, when you work in a safety net, so-called safety net hospital system, you become very proximal to the ways in which individuals struggle to meet their basic needs. And as a clinician, rarely are we able to do anything about this policy-driven scarcity and vulnerability. And too often, prescribing medications can feel like giving someone a glass of water when their house is on fire. And the real power to affect change is through policy, and is with you all on this council. In repurposing the building and redistributing the corrections budget, that change could look like so many things. It could look like tripling the annual budget of Atlanta's Affordable House Trust Fund. It could look like funding 200 community health workers. It could look like paying the full rent of at least 1,000 families a year. It could look like 5 times the funding for PAD. It could look like 10 times the funding for the city's contribution to the diversion center. It could look like investments that maximize diversion's effectiveness by adding more supportive people and places and services on the back end. And Atlanta doesn't need to keep mirroring Fulton's addiction to punishment. The Fulton sheriff and DA, who keep looking to carceral solutions to carceral problems, have a very myopic view of public safety. Whatever next iteration of the jail Fulton commissioners and the sheriff and the DA might push for, it's bound to fail if their goal is for everyone to thrive. Don't let the commissioners push you into being complicit in their own dysfunction. Fulton's approach to safety continues to stand antithetical to public health, where prevention is priority and where it's understood that the way systems are created and organized and accessed can expand or constrain opportunity for safety and well-being. Atlanta can do much better than them. And the sentiment that opening ACDC to Fulton was a humanitarian intervention was misguided. And we did tell you at the time, but it remains true that a jail is a jail where dehumanization and criminalization go hand in hand. And if the jail remains open, we are very worried that not only will it enable Fulton's dysfunction, it will open the door to ICE returning to the city and county, and we will look to repeat history with the mass criminalization of our patients before the World Cup. And when we talk about ACDC, we really are talking about Atlanta's long history of criminalizing poverty. And in the end, we can't hide the impacts of poverty and inequality, no matter the number of jail cells. And with the World Cup approaching, we should be bothered by visible signs of poverty and despair, but not because they're unappealing to visitors, but because of the preventable human suffering. And as a city, we can choose hope instead of abandonment, care instead of cages. Atlanta has the opportunity to relieve so much suffering. It would truly be an inexcusable shame if we chose not to. Thank you.
Next will be Robin Hassan Simpson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Hassan Simpson. I am the Executive Director of Women on the Rise. I am a formerly incarcerated woman, and I'm a member of the Community Over Cages. For years, Women on the Rise has been at the forefront of the Close the Jail campaign. We fought tirelessly alongside our communities, and we won a hard-fought agreement to close Atlanta City Detention Center. There was more than just a victory. It was a promise to our city and that we move away from punishment and towards real safety, housing, and care. I personally toured the jail with Mayor Andre Dickens. We stood inside those walls and agreed that there was not a place that should exist in a city that claims to believe in justice. And even after the lease with Fulton County was announced, we still tried to save the city from making a harmful decision. We brought solutions like the Policing Alternative and Diversion Center and the Diversion Center, real proven ways to keep people out of jail and address the root causes of harm. We were told we could trust this administration, especially since the same mayor once carried the legislation to close the jail. But now, instead of following through, the city has turned its back on its own commitments. This building was already slated for closure. It's time to end the lease, close ACDC permanently, and finally invest in solutions that our city deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Reverend Ray Washington. Do you yield the time? You'll have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Attorney Emma Robinson, after being approved by the Homeland Security and FDLE, approved my application to open up a funeral home in the state of Florida, and being invited by the Georgia Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, photos with 4 different metropolitan sheriffs. I think it is far time that we let the civilians of Atlanta know the truth about Reverend Ray Washington. The reason why the Atlanta Police Department was doing slander, defamation, and libel of me had nothing to do with any court or having any jurisdiction over me, bound through a court order or mandating an order for the harassment. Profoundly, it was a scare tactic, telling them to harass me as I stand before this city council every time I came down here talking about the allegations of which led to fact-finding by the Atlanta Citizen Review Board, who unanimously sustained my complaint for false imprisonment of David Holloman, a police officer hired by the city of Atlanta, who should have been jailed. But APD tried everything to reverse the psychology. Oddly, Keisha Lance Bottom, the former mayor of this city, kept this individual on her payroll. As I digress, today my heart is saddened, Brother Barnes, how some preachers can do well on camera, taking pictures with many politicians, but will not come down to city council and address certain factors in terms of our local community having a place. Dunbar Street Dunbar Rec Center. It's a travesty that all of these music and the individuals in the music theater can do all the movies in Centennial Olympic Park, but will not do anything about Dunbar Street. I think it is an embarrassment, Brother Bonds, Madam, Mr. President, Shook, that we should have a more open understanding why in the world that Dunbar Park would have a closed pool. Why in the world would Dunbar Park not have a lifeguard there? There need to be a lifeguard there at that place. If you're spending money at Centennial Olympic Park, why you're not doing it at Dunbar Park? I think it is an embarrassment on our community that you can spend all the money at Centennial Olympic Park, and yet let me not hold my city council members hostage. Let me not hold them accountable. We're looking also for our preachers, that if you're preaching on pulpits on Sunday morning, but you won't come down here to city council and address certain factors that need to be addressed in terms of civil rights of our community. I think it is an embarrassing shame today that we have these issues. Another issue that I want to address, city council members, is that it is an embarrassment that the black community is not holding these city councilors hostage. Yet we talk about jails. Yet we talk about people being arrested by the police. But how in God's name are you not emailing them? Why are you not sending emails and coming down here sending letters? You got to do more than just send letters. You got to be able to be seen and be on the cruff. And let me tell you the truth. Reverend Ray Washington and Reverend White, in the middle of COVID, we went down and fought for Ahmaud Arbery. We walked these streets when it was unpopular in the middle of COVID, to be able to let it be known that we did not want Rayshard Brooks, his legacy, to go down. In the middle of COVID, we talked about George Floyd. We did more than just talking. We walked these streets and we marched these streets. The truth be told, my brothers and sisters, we need to do more to call on Christopher Harris. If Christopher Harris can take a picture by the name of T.I., if he can take a picture with the mayor and talk about a housing, we need to do more about Dunbar Street, Windsor Park. I'm talking today because I'm asking you to please take a picture. Please, as my brother said earlier, get in your cars, ride down Dunbar Street. Those people need life there at that park. I heard a police officer say, Reverend Washington, I appreciate you addressing this issue about Dunbar Park. It needs to be more seen. Even if they do even if the music community or the movie community do a free concert of something to let these people know that they matter. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Next will be Dennis Tidwell. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. That's a tough act to follow. I'm glad Ms. Pink's not still here because I got some good things to say about you council members. First off, credit where credit is due. You guys have really outdone yourself with these zoning bans. Like Staff Sergeant Lincoln Osiris said in the movie Tropic Thunder, playing a guy who isn't smart but thinks he is, that's real tricky. It's like working with mercury. It's dangerous. It's high science, man. It's an art form. And you all have mastered it. You managed to make a bad idea look like a bold move, and that takes talent. Hats off to you guys for going there. These idiots never expected that you would consider destroying vested property rights of thousands of your constituents without them even being present. Many have no idea what you're doing. And they shouldn't, right? I don't want them here. Yeah, screw those taxpayers. They demanded that at least You have some data to back up this aggressive act of authoritarianism. No, sir. We don't need that. You have more than a handful of letters from these Karens in the neighborhood. What else do you need? One of them even had a notary stamped on it, for God's sakes. This Amster lady in the hall hit me with a stat earlier. She said, you know that only 0.06% of all reservations are reported as an illegal party? First of all, Amster lady, no, I did not know that. Second of all, did she just admit that there was a party? Boom, we got her. To be honest, we don't really know how many short-term rentals there are in these districts. Who really cares? There should be zero. Am I right? You feel me, Mr. Shook? Hell yeah. Grandfather rights, damn, that's tricky. You guys forgot to consider that. Screw it. Grandfathers can go to the hotel like everyone else. Boom, burn those guys. Beat it, old man. Notice, who the hell thought that these property owners should be given written notice? These damn people actually expected a letter in the mail before you change their property use, affecting their home values and possibly their livelihood. I say, damn those people. It's not 1776. Nobody uses the post office anymore. They will notice when we drop an ordinance on their head. Hell yeah. That's the notice you get, you greedy landowners. This guy in the hall was crying today. He was all upset that the constitutional regulations for short-term rentals haven't even passed yet. And here we are passing bans first. Wow, we're sick of those whiny babies, right, Byron? I agree with you guys. Let's violate the constitutional rights first, then get sued, then learn what's legal. That's what these city attorneys are paid for anyway, am I right? We got so much money in this budget, we will be able to pay millions to make sure that these guys never have a sleepover without our permission again. I don't even think these short-term rental people vote. In all seriousness, I think you should take Robert Downey Jr.'s character's advice. Never go full retard. Protect property rights, protect grandfather rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Rob Myers. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
I'd like to thank the council members and their staffs for listening to us today and the other times that we reach out to you. I wanted to point out that Airbnb is a $74 billion company. That's a B with a billion. Their business model, their secret sauce, if you will, their innovation has been to create a marketplace that facilitates running commercial businesses in residential areas. This is a $74 billion big business. It is the opposite of mom and pop. A Georgia State University professor reports that in just the last 15 years, large companies have come in and bought up over 70,000 properties across Metro Atlanta alone, accounting for over 30% of the region's single-family rental properties, or roughly 10 times the national rate. Airbnb is part of this problem. Airbnb activity pushes out residents in favor of transients. When you live in a small lot like I do, what's going on next door can have a big impact. And so I was disappointed to hear about another Airbnb shooting that occurred July 28th in District 3. A neighbor was quoted on the news saying, "It's a nonstop every weekend, the whole summer. Whether it's fighting or shooting, something always going on in this house. So whoever owns that Airbnb, they need to shut it down before somebody get killed." She now says she no longer feels safe in her home and is calling for stricter regulation of short-term rentals and increased police patrols in the area. This mirrors my own experience from years ago. On my block, they found 3 45mm casings, 9 357 Magnum casings, and a blood trail leading from the Airbnb. And I did not feel safe in my home. I did not feel safe in my home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Dan Bringman, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. Dan Bringman, resident of Home Park since 2004. According to the 2020 U.S. Census data, 48% of Atlanta units, residential units, are owner-occupied. Based on available tax data in Home Park, only 25% of our single-family residencies are owner-occupied, based on homestead exemptions. However, in a 2022 study, Georgia Tech School of City and Regional Planning found Home Park's livable, non-hotel units were only 12% owner-occupied. This means we're 4 times below the City of Atlanta average in owner occupancy rates, ranking us as one of the worst in the city. This is not sustainable, and this is not a sign of a healthy community. Because of our proximity to Georgia Tech, the majority of our remaining properties are rented by Tech students, which means we are already filled with a large majority transient population. And today, STRs are only removing the housing stock for our badly needed long-term residents and replacing it with additional transient visitors. So while Home Park and its residents understands that each Atlanta neighborhood is able and expected to accommodate a small transient population, Home Park passed our tipping point. We had passed that acceptable threshold with our tech rentals a long time ago. So we need more residents to tend and care for Home Park daily, not more STR properties used just a few days a week. So I ask that Atlanta City Council pass laws and promote policies that increase owner occupancies and bring long-term renters to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Mrs. Sue. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. My name is Mrs. Sue, and I'm here as a property owner and taxpayer to say I do not approve or authorize my taxpayer dollars being wasted on proposals to ban short-term rentals anywhere in the city of Atlanta, as the city would be violating federal law and ignoring protected property owner rights and potentially putting the city in a position it has no right to be in. Spending millions defending lawsuits that will raise the already high, sky-high property taxes for all residents and businesses. It would also put Atlanta at risk of losing the ability to host blockbuster events like the Super Bowl and World Cup that will bring millions of visitors and billions in revenue, which will benefit all stakeholders. Because a key selection criteria that these host selection committees use is the number of available rooms the city has. Banning STRs will drastically reduce that number. I want to leave you with this list of 30 short-term rental benefits, which highlights the value they bring to Atlanta and why the city should view them as an integral part of its success instead of trying to find ways to make it harder to do business. Thank you for your time. And may I leave this with you now?
Next up will be Shelley Dean. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
My Airbnb revenue is my planned retirement income. My guests are 75% business people and the rest tourists. I have never had a problem like what I have heard here in the years I have been doing this. The neighbors have never complained. The community has never complained. I am an owner-manager. As an owner-manager, I can't afford to upset my neighbors or have any property damage. I go above and beyond to screen applicants because I can't afford for things to go wrong. As an example, I require my guests to have a good rating, and I require them to read and agree to a list of conditions of what they can and can't do while staying there before I accept them. By following this procedure, I have never had complaints filed against me by neighbors or anyone else. By following this procedure, I do see people walk away once they see what they have to agree to. As a host over the years, I have provided an enjoyable experience in Atlanta for visiting professionals, educators, artists, families, and even exhibitors at the Piedmont Arts Festivals. Many of them return and rebook with me. Many of them become my friends who keep in touch with me, and all of them provide my income for my retirement. It seems that the problem that plagues the city is not the presence and proper operation of Airbnb, but rather creating an accurate enforcement mechanism to be applied against the very small number of operators who are causing problems. These buildings that have problems are not doing their job, and they should have to shut down and not affect the hosts who work hard at this and depend on this. I also disagree with the building limits. This is a building problem and not one that should change my ability to house the many people that I service visiting Atlanta. My products are all bought locally. I employ cleaners, handymen, and tradespeople. The focus should not be on barring Airbnbs that the city needs, but rather on developing a mechanism to punish and close the small number of bad operators that are causing problems. Thank you.
Next will be Valerie Anderson. Due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. I would like to say Mr. Amos introduced himself to me today, so pleased to meet you. And I'm still upset. I'm still very upset. Because last Monday, I went to safety, and I was the one that had to let the members know that Melvin Potter went back to work. I don't feel that's my job, that I had to be the one to let the members know that he went back to work. And I found out from Channel 11 when I was doing an interview with Channel 11. Like I said before, I'm here to get justice for my son. That's it. But I found out that he's going through some type of silver something. So that's why he's not being fired yet. So with that said, why was I the one that have to find out that he went back to work? Why? I'm seeking justice for my son. So where is the disconnect between the mayor's office, your office, and me? Where is the disconnect? I mean, again, it has to be some kind of accountability where you're all on the same page. Why are you all not on the same page? This person don't know this person know that. I mean, that's not for me to be coming here telling you all what I think you all supposed to know. Mr. Westmoreland, we spoke. Did you find out anything about what we spoke about?
I don't want to eat into your time, but I have not received a response yet.
Okay. And before I forget, Mr. Bond, I would like to also thank you for setting up that meeting for me, you and Amber Madison. Greatly appreciated. Like I said, I had a good meeting with her, so the meeting was very good. So I didn't, but yeah, my son is my son, and my son was murdered, okay? My son was murdered by a lawless, drunk police officer who was on probation when he murdered my son. So how much time I am frustrated. This man should not even be back at work after being off for 1 year. He don't even deserve a job as a janitor in the precinct. That's too good for him. Okay, well, yeah. Not even to be a janitor in a police department. He don't even deserve to be a damn garbage truck pick driver with all that he has done. And again, like I said, if it was my son would have been in prison by now a year. I'm coming down here for a whole year. If it was my son, he would have been in prison. My son would have been in prison. But I'm gonna leave you all again with everything I've been saying from the beginning. I am his mother, proud to be his mother, and I'm not going anywhere, as there's a God above, because this lady told me God see my tears, and I believe that. I believe he really do see my tears. So that's why when I made that promise to my son that I am going to get justice for him no matter how long it takes, if I got to drop down dead here in front of you to get justice for my son, that's what's going to happen.
Time has expired.
That's what's going to happen. And please believe me when I say I'm not going anywhere until I get justice for my son. So thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Christy Amador. Christy Amador.
It's gonna happen.
Due to yield to time, you have up to 4 minutes.
Thank you. As a new resident of Atlanta, I just wanted to thank you, the council and the president, and Representative Winston, I believe you're my new representative, so thank you for letting me speak. Wow, I'm from the Atlanta area. I've lived in Decatur most of my life, and I chose to come to Atlanta for several reasons, but one of the big reasons was because there was an opportunity for me to live in Atlanta and have a building behind my home and renovate it and make it into a cottage and have people rent that. Decatur had very, very high taxes, and I'm getting older, and I got laid off last year, and believe it or not, a lot of people don't want to hire a 60-year-old for a job. I don't know what that is, but because of that, this has really become an important part of my husband and my retirement plan. It's become really important to right now to our short-term, financial security. So I just wanted to, have people understand. I know there are situations where short-term rentals probably don't work out. There are a few situations that are very high profile where people have kind of went wild and what have you. But I will tell you, my situation is we've never done this before, and we've only been doing it for a very short time, and we've had a wonderful experience. We've had people, there was a man that we helped connect with his daughter. She didn't live with him, and so it was her birthday, and so we made it kind of exciting for her, and he was so appreciative. We were the first place that a young lady stayed for her honeymoon, because, we're not very expensive, and we really made it nice for her. So I look at it as a way for me to connect with my neighbors and connect with people from maybe out of town, a lot of them also from the Atlanta area. But I don't think that, having full-on bans of short-term rentals is the answer. And honestly, as I said, one of the big reasons I even moved to Atlanta, which I'm so glad I have, I really love it. And your council meetings are a lot more exciting than the ones in Decatur, let me tell you that. But I really do appreciate y'all listening to me, and hopefully you'll be able to look, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Take a look at what people are doing, take a look at situations, and I would guess, and I think I know that the main, the lion's share of the people that do Airbnbs, do this with the right ideas in mind, and they do it for their financial, a middle-class person like me. This is part of my retirement. So I just wanted to make you see that side of things, and I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Next will be Lana Kuczynski. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. This is my first time doing public speaking and probably in the last 10 years. So my name is Lana Kuczynski and I am a proud Airbnb superhost and a Midtown resident. About 2 years ago, I purchased a 1933 historic boarding house. And from the start, my plan was to live there myself as my family and rent the other 2 apartments as Airbnbs. I have applied for a short-term rental license and I have received it. And never realizing that there was a ban in the works to ban Airbnbs in Atlanta. My house is not just an investment, it's my home. I live there with my family. I've poured time, money, and energy into making it, bringing it back to life. And hosting has been life-changing for me. Very quickly, I earned a superhost status. My properties consistently receive 5-star reviews, and they're in top 1% of Atlanta's homes for reliability and safety. And it helps me, and it's not just for my family as a mom, and of course it's a great part of that because I'm a mom of 2 kids, and it helps me balance work and life. However, it helps me to connect to community as well. I host a wide variety of guests from a lot of different guests, and I feel like there should be a distinction between living hosts like me and just corporate absentee landlords. I also want to mention that I schedule about 20 cleanings per week. And I think per month. And I also employ local repair people and tradesmen. And if I lose my ability to host, they will lose that work too. Thank you for your time and giving it a thought.
Next is Jeffrey Webb. Jeffrey Webb. Margie McLeod.
Good afternoon. Councilman Overstreet, I'm in your district. I'm supporting the Black business. And 1380, that you came on the radio and say what you said. But we want to know, because it was not on agenda, about the proposal. They need revenue. She need revenue. Okay, that's why I came down here to make sure you kept your word, but we need revenue, okay? That's why I am here. In Westmoreland, I don't know how you did it, but we should be able to do the same thing what you did for Midtown. And thank you for supporting your district. And Overstreet, you got to do the same thing, because if he could do it, you could do it also. Power to the people.
Ryan Toth. To the allocated time, you have 6 minutes.
Mr. Shipman, can I hand something out? Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Hillis.
Someone will come down and get it.
Yeah. Enough here for everyone. Try to get started here while I'm handing out a little flyer. I think it's nice to have a visual. My name is Ryan Toth. I'm here to talk about short-term rentals. Again, I want to be clear up front that I am in complete support of reasonable regulation, but the current framework and proposed bans are overly restricted, unenforceable, and harmful to Atlanta. Specifically, the grandfathering or lack thereof is problematic. Another example is I've been operating since before 2020 when the first regulation was proposed. So that's problematic for me in particular. STRs are not just properties, they support families, jobs, small businesses, my cleaners, my maintenance staff. I have some of them with me today. My contractors that rely on STR income. I personally rely on this income to pay my mortgage, to support my family. Candidly, removing that lifeline would be devastating for me and the team of people that have supported me. Devastating. I cannot reiterate that enough, Mr. Amos. I have reiterated time and time again kind of the human message here regarding short-term rentals, or the team, the people, and candidly, I just feel like it's fallen on deaf ears and we're on this hamster wheel. I really want to get off of it. I really want to get off the short-term rental hamster wheel. So I struggle to try to find a message that kind of hits with everyone. But I'll try to touch on some topics that I think are relevant. I mean, the tax revenue that short-term rentals generate is significant. I think the city, last I checked, I think the city likes tax revenue. I'd like to also note my experience with the permitting system. It is broken. I applied last week, you guys. It is chaos. I had to upload 14 pieces of documentation. At one point, I had to go down. It took me 2 straight days to just get a clear answer on anything, and it's still unresolved. I went down to the office, had 4 people in front of me trying to figure out a glitch in the system where you add your address and the wrong parcel number appears, or you add your parcel number and the wrong address appears, or you add your name and the wrong name appears. 4 people were in front of me. No one can figure it out. I got this all on video. Still this day, I have no answer on what's going on there. I'm a professional, and I understand the dynamics here. So I wonder how many other people have applied for this license and given up because it was just so constraining and difficult. I think that needs to be looked into. The World Cup is looming. I mean, hotels can't meet the lodging demand for the World Cup, and I think it's a big time event for Atlanta, and we want to represent. I think professional hosts will represent Atlanta well. I'd like to note that there are other hosting cities, specifically Kansas City, that passed very restrictive short-term bans, and now they're in a housing crisis, and they're calling owners of property, say, hey, please put your rental property as a short-term, because they have more demand than they can fulfill. I'd like to specifically reference the home park ban. I have a home in Home Park. It's my primary residence. I know Home Park well. It's close to my heart. It's where I had my firstborn daughter. I now have an 8-week-old son that this short-term rental supports him and everything that's involved with that, which I'm just learning right now. My wife is here today. In Home Park, there's a vocal minority that opposes short-term rentals that has 3 primary complaints. One of them is the whole neighborhood is being taken over by short-term rentals. The other one, that there's no parking, there's trash thrown all over the neighborhoods. Yes.
As I mentioned up here, as I mentioned earlier, you can't speak specifically to the legislation. So you can talk about policy generally, but not specifically to the legislation itself, per the law department.
Okay. I just want to, can I speak about my experience? I want to reference that the narrative that 25% that has been set out there about Home Park, 25% of the neighbors being taken over by short-term rentals. It's not, it's just factually false. There's nothing true about this, council. I personally ran through AirDNA. I went to every single short-term rental in Home Park. There is a total of approximately, it's hard to tell because a lot of them change, some coming on, some going off. There's approximately 20 full-time single-family residents that are in Home Park. That accounts for 2% of the neighborhood, not 25%. My property in particular has nearly 40 reviews. They're all 5-star. I worked hard to achieve this, hundreds of thousands of dollars, tons of hours of time to achieve that success. I will agree with the gentleman who spoke before me about the neighborhood being transient, which is true. I mean, it's candidly weird to put a short-term rental ordinance in a neighborhood that is by nature extremely transient. To me, they go hand in hand. It makes sense. The college kids are only in school for 10 months, 9-10 months out of the year, so what do you want those properties to do the other 3 months? To me, it's a natural environment to say, hey, we'll transition. What that does is so the homeowner can now, including myself, doesn't have to charge them rates that would absorb that 3 months of vacancy. And what you see in the pamphlet is photos. I have every single short-term residence that is a single-family dwelling in Home Park. I also have examples of non-short-term residences. I think it's pretty obvious that the short-term rentals are well-kept, well organized. There's not trash over the streets. There's not parties and parking going on. They are new builds and they are well maintained. While other properties, I think, are contrary to that. So the narrative that the short-term rentals are ruining the community is just factually false. I have a problem with multifamily restrictions. I wish I had some more time. We just add this about the multifamily if I could.
Time's expired.
If you restrict the Peachtree Towers and Landmark, I know the Landmark is a pain in the butt. I know it well. If you put a restriction on these buildings, they are being supported by short-term rentals. It would be a bomb that goes off in
Time
those
is
buildings.
expired.
It would be like Ghostbusters when you shut off the ghost containment system.
Thank you.
Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria.
Next will be Benjamin Gross. Benjamin Gross. Next will be Laura Clemens. You have up to 2 minutes.
I'm Laura Clemens, the owner of iTrip Atlanta, which is one of 150 franchises across the United States specializing in the management of short-term rentals. I take great pride in the robust STR community that we have built in Atlanta. It's arguably one of the best in the country. Despite the absence of an enforceable ordinance, our STR community, in collaboration with the Amstra Alliance, has effectively maintained a strong network of responsible hosts. We have successfully supported those who may have struggled in managing their STRs, ensuring that our community remains one of the strongest in the nation through self-management practices. We have actively offered our assistance to all City Council members dealing with any problematic operators in their districts. The Amstra Alliance is committed to supporting Metro Atlanta and promoting responsible ownership and hosting within the STR sector. Our community is proud to have welcomed millions of guests to our beautiful city, contributing millions in tax dollar revenue to support Atlanta's growth. Any ordinance that would hinder the operation of successful hosts would be detrimental to both the STR community and the city itself. As we prepare for the upcoming summer with the World Cup coming, the STR community is focused on ensuring that Atlanta remains one of the premier destinations for global visitors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kathy McClure. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy McClure. I'm an attorney and I am the Vice President of the Atlanta Metro Short-Term Rental Alliance. There is legislation before this body today that would directly impact the legal rights of short-term rental owners. None of this legislation protects the grandfather rights of current owners to continue operating as legal non-conforming uses, rights affirmed by the Supreme Court of Georgia in Morgan versus May. The law department has advised council that only owners who obtained a license under the 2021 ordinance will be protected. Let's be honest, and you know this well, in the 4 years plus since the passage of the ordinance, the administration has never enforced it, never. This law that's been on the book for 4 years has never been enforced. And the administration has publicly admitted that the ordinance is, quote, legally indefensible. The Atlanta ordinance is what lawyers call a zombie ordinance. Legally dead, unenforceable, but still on the books. The city cannot rely on a zombie ordinance to strip away our lawful property rights. The bottom line is current short-term rentals are operating legally. Any new ordinance must respect our grandfather rights. If you pass legislation that does not, which violates it, we will have no choice but to file suit, and we are prepared to do so. Let me be clear. AMSTRA supports reasonable regulation. We want the bad actors out. We want a fair, enforceable ordinance that actually works.
Time's expired.
And one more sentence, step back from the brink, please. Reconsider, recognize our grandfather rights today or face guaranteed litigation tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next will be Keto Johnson. Next will be Nikki Buggs. Do yield time, you have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here and have been campaigning for your assistance for the past 4 years. August 1st of 2025 will be my 4th year fighting this campaign regarding STRs and homeowners losing their homes because of it. I come to you as a law-abiding citizen, a taxpayer, a homeowner. Within the state of Georgia, the confines of the city of Atlanta, and the jurisdiction of Fulton County. I stand before you today on the behalf of some homeowners of the Landmark condominium located on 215 Piedmont Avenue. We understand that STRs are not going anywhere. We get it. We've been kicking this can down the road for the past 4 years and then 2 years prior to that with homeowner Judy Clemens, who also asked for assistance. So this is where we are. I'm here today again to better understand why, with your ability for oversight, regulatory, and legislative powers to address the profoundly serious safety, compliance, and governance issues affecting the Landmark residents. The Landmark is currently experiencing severe governance and safety problems under the control of an investor HOA board, short-term rental, who operates it, and she's also the president of said board. The person never resided on campus, operates, owns, and manages over 50 units. But yet and still, we continue kicking that can down the road regarding getting assistance. As we said, STR apparently is not going anywhere because you guys are not doing anything about it. But we're losing our homes. So it's profit over our lives and over our property. The extensive STR traffic undermining residential security near fatal fire January 17th, of which the homeowners will be liable for millions of dollars because of this STR investor and where the fire took place. Confiscated and conversion of common areas and storage space units strictly for their private use. Suppression of homeowner participation in meetings in the building as homeowners, as humans, as people. Alleged financial misconduct, including double billing of water, frivolous fines, and unauthorized assessments. These are not merely private disputes about, the paint on the wall, or we're unhappy about the carpet. It's not that. These people are working to take our homes. The defamation, defamation suit that I was served at here, the xenophobic packet we sent you guys that now all of a sudden you're trying to say that somehow we did that, they sent that. We sent that to you guys immediately to let you know what was happening, to push us out of the building. The defamation suit, same thing. But guess what? It's being flipped on us. We request that the City Council, in light of the conditions, request that the Atlanta City Council hold public hearings on STR abuses, unlisted property management, and public safety hazards at the Landmark. At the Landmark. This is not a joke. This is not anything where somebody's trying to take money out of your pockets. It's not that. It's the fact that we're losing our homes. Direct code enforcement and fire marshal request for the Department of Planning to review STR licensing compliance for all units operating within the Landmark. Consider legislative measures. Strengthen restrictions for STRs in residential community buildings. Require and enforce licensing of certain property managers handling multi-buildings. Engage city attorney's office to explore potential injunctive relief for ongoing violations. So we're made to suffer through all of this because of inaction and because of profit, money in your pocket. But you're not thinking about how that affects the rest of us. No one's thinking about that. And this is where we are. The landmark's not a pain. Be clear about that. We are a historical building. We are homeowners, just like you. Some of you say you are homeowners. Think about it both sides. We're not a pain. We just ask for your assistance. If this is set wisely and they're operating the way that they should not have ever been able to take over the building. That is the truth of it. That is the truth of it. My condolences regarding your loss. I recently lost my parent. And in the meantime, I'm still fighting this and dealing with that at the same time and being accused of things that we didn't do. This is where we are. People are getting foreclosed on, and all we're doing is kicking the can down the road. People have liens on their property, and all we're doing is kicking the can down the road. And then yet instead we sit here and say, well, we're losing money, and we're losing money. We're losing our homes. We're losing our lives. Does that matter? I can't answer that for you. It appears that you don't. And I hope that isn't the truth, but as long as we've been not passing ordinances and not communicating and we have no idea what's going on, that's unfortunate. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Tone Lane. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to talk to you. I'm here for a very different reason than most everybody who has spoken. As you know, hi Matt, how you doing? Also good to see you, and my condolences to you and your family. I'm a property owner. I am in District 12, and I am here today because I'm quite upset with our Councilman Lewis. It's beyond me that a council person could be so disrespectful to our police department. Also, I can't even imagine I have a council person who has been cited for marijuana use while out driving. Also, his registration on his car expired, and he is verbally abusing some officers in our police department. I stand by the blue. I love my community. I love my district. I'm not sure if there is a process by the council, but I'm calling for his resignation. And I'm calling for him to step down. I don't want a councilman who uses drugs and can't put his life together like the rest of us do. Thank you.
Next will be Heidi Reese. Correct me if I did not get that correct. Okay.
Got it right.
2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Heidi Reese. I'm a property owner, an STR owner, and an STR manager in the Grant Park area. I'm here because I'm invested in this. I am truly sorry about what has happened to some people. I don't think that happens to everybody. I think there are people that really try to do the right thing. They really try to have the right people. And I think that the STR business is really good for the city. I think that, we provide housing for tourists, for families, for remote workers, medical patients, traveling nurses, traveling professionals. We operate responsibly using best practices to prevent disturbances and follow all the laws, contribute millions in tax revenue to Atlanta, support local jobs for the cleaners, landscapers, contractors, and more. We help Atlanta attract major events like the 2026 World Cup, which brings millions to our economy. We're all just trying to do the right thing. I think that there's just bad people out there that don't. And unfortunately, like everything else, they make the good people look bad. So I think that there really needs to be perhaps a department. I'm willing to head it, Liliana. And, you know, maybe something that from the city that helps manage this process a little better, with a little more control. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Caleb Edwards. Caleb Edwards. Next will be Kiana Jones Moore. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 4 minutes today.
It's been a while since I've been here, but I see that there's not a lot that changes. But first, I have to start off by saying, go kick rocks, mister. If you want Councilman Lewis out, you're gonna have to just do whatever you are legally able to do. If that means a recall, a petition, or whatever, you're gonna have to do that, but this council is not going to kick him out because he has an opinion. So today I'm here, not only in support of ending the lease with Fulton County for ACDC, not only standing behind the mother of Devon Anderson, because Melvin Potter should not be working anywhere. Also, Garrett Rolfe should not be working anywhere. And neither should any of the officers who had a hand in the murder of Jamarian Robinson 9 years ago. On August 5th, 2016, Jamarian Robinson, a student athlete who was awaiting his return to Tuskegee University, was murdered by 17 rogue officers, some of them being City of Atlanta officers. An indictment was handed down finally in 2021 after so many years of fighting. But I want you to know that those officers who murdered Jamarian, 17 of them, shot at him 110 times with 76 bullet holes piercing his body. Flashbang grenades were thrown onto his person, and an officer even stood over him and fired shots directly into his handcuffed, lifeless body. I had an opportunity last year to sit in the Richard B. Russell building and hear testimony from officers who had to admit that they had falsified testimony, that they had falsified statements regarding Jamarian's murder. And again, this is a young man who had no prior history with law enforcement, was not a person who had been convicted of any felony. It was alleged that Jamarian had pointed a weapon at an officer in a fast food drive-thru a week prior. But a week later, 17 officers, including some City of Atlanta officers, murdered Jamarian. This family is calling for this city council to step up and do the right thing. Offer some compensation to this family for what your officers have done, because what we are seeing is that officers in the City of Atlanta seem to skirt accountability when they murder residents, when they murder innocent people. You know, it takes me to the murder of Deacon Johnny Holloman, 62 years old, murdered by Kyron Kimbrough for simply refusing to sign a traffic ticket. Murdered senselessly and mercilessly. And Kyron Kimbrough still walks free. The officers who murdered Jamarian Robinson still walk free. You received a letter from the family. I urge you to please work with them and support them.
Thank you. Next is Richard Monroe. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember Shipman. My name is Richard Monroe. I am the president of the Atlanta Metro Short-Term Rental Alliance, and I'm here to talk about reasonable regulations. We are here as an association. We work with all of our members to make sure that we have best practices and that we adhere to not disrupting neighbors. We work with other situations with what's going on with the Landmark building and some of the other neighborhoods to help resolve those issues. There's ways to do this successfully. And I'll give you some specific examples. Hall County, Cobb County, the city of Fairburn. These are all jurisdictions that have regulations in place for short-term rentals that would prevent what's going on in these neighborhoods that you're seeing problems in and in these buildings. It's a very simple process. The short-term rental owner or operator applies for a license. They get an inspection on the property before they get approved. They notify the neighbors of who the manager or the owner is of that short-term rental, let them know that it will be a short-term rental. If there's any issues, they can reach out to them specifically. And the protocol is if there are up to 3 complaints for that short-term rental, then that short-term rental should be delisted and no longer allowed to operate as a short-term rental. It's a very straightforward process. I know that the current ordinance does have some things in place, like other council members have mentioned, that to solve for one building that's having a problem is not the way to go about this. This has to be solved with an overall ordinance that would solve this for everybody in terms of getting rid of the bad actors. We also don't want to have bad actors exist. It doesn't help us. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help our neighbors. And so AMSHRA is here to support redoing the ordinance so that we can clearly define what those regulations are for short-term rental owners and operators. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Minister Breeslove. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes today.
Praise God, you have my sympathy of your loved one. I feel in this room there's a lot of pain and suffering and scared. But people, I have a word for you. You don't have to be scared. The Lord gave me a word this morning, and it's coming out of Proverbs 4. The Lord said, "Hear, my children, the instruction of a father, and give attention to know and understanding. For I give you good doctrine. Do not forsake my law. When I was my father's son, tender and the only one in the sight of my mother, he also taught me, and to say to me, let your heart retain my word. Keep my command and live. Give wisdom and give understanding. Do not forget, not turn away from the words of my mouth. Do not forsake her, and she will preserve you. Love her, and she will keep you. Wisdom is the principal of things. Therefore, get wisdom, and all you're getting, get understanding." Now, people of God, this word is for all of us. We got to love one another. No matter how we fight against each other, how laws are being presented to us, and we don't like them, some we love, but we are here together as a people. We are the people of the United States of America. And by me born on the 4th of July, it tells me a lot. Working as a private detective, police officer, all of that, ministering, going in jails, I have seen the worst of the worst. Because me too, people, I have been arrested here in this big city of Atlanta because I was a wealthy woman. I helped so many thousands of people, fed them, took them off the street. Many here today I helped. Got in office, Mabel Thomas, Michael Barnes, John Amos, all of them. And I was arrested for being who I was to help God's people in a poverty neighborhood called English Avenue Community. I lost everything that I had. I left my children for 4 years, almost died. But you see me now, I'm here. Don't be sad. What's for you, you shall receive it. And I'm still believing God that this council is gonna give me justice, because God said, give this widow woman justice. In Luke 18, it tells us that. I'm not giving up the race. I'm fighting because my prayers work. If you ever know the man upstairs named God, the Almighty, the Creator, you never give up on yourself. So I'm asking you all, counsel, do what's right. Do your best if you have to stand by yourselves. It's never a day or moment that you should not pray, because we all are in this together. It's no matter about color, because I have white family members, Hispanic, African American, Indians, and all. I love them all. And God bless you all. I love you. I'm not going to stop, because I'm so glad that you, Overstreet and Boone, y'all working together to get Cascade done, because we're not going to give up Cascade, because I'm a property owner. God bless you.
Thank you. Next will be Nadia Giordani, sorry. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Council. I'm very happy to be here today. I've spoken several times about my support of short-term rentals. I am a single mom. I live in Cabbagetown. I bought my house 25 years ago. Being a short-term, I've been a super host with Airbnb for 8 years. Being a host has allowed me to stay in my home, has allowed me to afford my taxes. I put my daughter through college with no college debt, and she will be graduating in December with her master's degree in policy. I am here before you to just talk to you about a different side of being a host with Airbnb. Not only am I a host, but I'm also a community leader with Airbnb. So therefore, I help support the host here in the Atlanta area. I'm also what's called an ambassador with Airbnb. So I help onboard new hosts. And while onboarding new hosts, it is important for us as ambassadors to teach them the best of hosting and to have them understand what is important to hosting. So I'm saying that to let you know that Airbnb doesn't just this big corporation that doesn't care about its community or who we are or what we do as hosts. We come here to represent ourselves as hosts. And with that, I just want you to know that it is very important. I served also on the board at Airbnb for 3 years as a host advisory board member. It is what I see of the company, they're very supportive of common sense, good legal hosting, and is very supportive. We have a law in place. I'm a little nervous, as you can tell. We have a law in place that we support, and we would love to see it supported by the city. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Next will be Helen Williams. Next will be Alejandro Gutierrez. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alejandro Gutierrez, and I am an owner at Peachtree Towers. So, Liliana, thank you for representing us. No one wants a nuisance rental in their city. However, I know that this proposed cap would reduce the owners in Peachtree Towers more than 2/3. And at the other building with the issue is the Landmark is going to be over a fifth, or over 4/5 of the building would be lost with the short-term rentals. We bought this unit because it allowed short-term rentals. We understand that you want to have some regulations in place. We are a proud holder of our short-term rental license. Since you guys started this proposal, we have never had an issue with our units. And I believe that Petrie Towers could be a good example of a building ran correctly. I know we're not perfect, but we want to be able to maintain our level of care when it comes to the tourists and families that we host in the downtown area. We allow for a niche market of people that don't need to have cars to enjoy Atlanta. I am a proud promoter and user of the MARTA, and I think that we do have that niche market in the downtown area. So Atlanta's always been a city of innovation and hospitality. Let's regulate short-term rentals in a smart way, one that protects our neighbors and lets the buildings like mine continue to welcome visitors responsibly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, point of clarity really quickly. Sorry, just because I've noticed a couple people. So Peachtree Towers is actually in District 2, just across the street from District 5. It's not in my district. It's also about to be in District 4 with redistricting. So just so you know, I have nothing over Peachtree Towers. Thank you.
Next will be David Landron. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. So my name is David Landrum. I've run a short-term rental property management company in Atlanta since 2016. I'm speaking out in opposition of taking a specific neighborhood and banning short-term rentals. You're throwing out the good with the bad. I believe it sets a bad precedent to piecemeal legislation. I'm also speaking out against the idea of a 10% cap on short-term rentals in multifamily buildings. About half of my portfolio is made up of rental units in multifamily buildings. I think this was used before, but I feel like we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And I will side note, I've got about 45 properties in the whole portfolio. We've been operating for about 8 years. Never one of my properties has not been Superhost. We have about 20 residences at the Landmark condo that are driving this. Seems to me that this is an internal HOA issue, not an issue with the city that the city should be involved in. I have about 30 units in multifamily buildings. I've been in most of these units for 7 to 8 years. We're model tenants. We always are on our best behavior. We try to blend in as much as possible. I don't even allow my cleaners to wear anything with my company name. We want to keep a very light footprint. I believe the only noise complaint I've ever received was a TV that was a little too loud, and that was resolved in less than 5 minutes. I know every other short-term rental operator knows when operating in a multifamily building, we need to be on our best behavior or risk not having our lease renewed or be in trouble with the HOA. This is a property rights issue and an HOA issue. It's not an issue the city should be involved in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Anna Stone. Anna Stone. Next will be Kusum Basnet. Next will be Martha Sheets. Next will be Ruby Ladd. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruby Ladd. I'm here to advocate for ending the lease of Atlanta City Detention Center to Fulton County Jail. I'm a medical student here in Atlanta, a future psychiatrist, and I was also born here in 1997, around the same time that ACDC was first open to hide our homeless population, our city's most vulnerable, from the international spotlight during the Olympics. And I think that history is important to keep in mind. During my medical education, I've learned a lot about how social determinants of health play an enormous part in dictating my patients' outcomes. And the one that I've focused on the most personally has been incarceration. How it impacts not only the individuals affected directly by policing and incarceration, but how those effects ripple over families and communities for lifetimes. The clearest message that I've taken away from my education is that we desperately need more funding for resources and interventions that uplift our community rather than fixating on punishment. The ACDC right now is a missed opportunity. Not only is it an investment in the wrong values for our city, it's not addressing the problem of overcrowding in Fulton County Jail. As we've heard today, conditions remain inhumane, and Fulton County still has no plans to pull out of ACDC, even as new facilities are built. Other solutions do exist. For example, our diversion center, which stands today and is currently being massively underutilized. It's past time to close and repurpose ACDC as we had agreed to do 3 years ago. When I think of how these resources could be better used, I think of a patient that I worked with earlier this year who is legally blind. He has PTSD and he lives on the street because there are no options for him. I personally spent hours trying to find resources for this man and there were none. Completely blind, he relies on the kindness of strangers to get sips of water every day to take his medications. Let's consider where our priorities and our funding should lie when we think about the future that is
Time
best
has
for
expired.
ourselves and our neighbors here in Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment for today. I want to thank everybody who signed up and came forward to speak to council. We will now move to the report of the Journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of council. I, Corinne A. Lindell, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, August 4th, and the special call meeting held on August 6th, 2025 are true and correct.
If there are no additions or edits to the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by, who moved it? You're all yelling at me. Councilmember Dozier, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the journal? Hearing none, we do this via unanimous consent. Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the journal.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
9 yeas, 0 nays. The motion is adopted. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 1 is 25C 0101. This is communication from Leona Barr Davenport, President and CEO of the Atlanta Business League, submitting the appointment of Mr. Todd Gray to serve as a member of the governing board of the Office of Inspector General. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Mr. President, if I may take items 2 and 3 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 2 is 25C 0102. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, reappointing Ms. Amber A. Robinson to serve as a member of the Municipal Market Company Board of Directors. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 3 is 25C 0103. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, reappointing Ms. LaWanda Barnes, MBA, to serve as a member of the Municipal Market Company Board of Directors. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Both items, staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
That concludes our communication items, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any vetoed legislation for
There are
consideration?
none.
Is there any unfinished business?
There's none.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we will move to the consent agenda, section 1. These are items that begin on page 4 of the materials. They are for second reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to adopt. First, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 1 today by my colleagues? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1 carries. We will now move to the consent agenda, section 2. These are items that begin on page 24. They are all for first reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to refer. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to refer.
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Westmoreland, seconded by Councilor Juan. Any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We will now move to the report of standing committees. First up today will be Transportation Committee. Chair Amos.
Mr. President, committee doing this part. We have no report today.
Thank you, Chair Amos. Next, we'll move to the Finance Exec Committee. Chair Shook.
All right, thank you. First up is 25-0-1400. This comes forward favorable on condition of receiving a substitute. So I will move to bring the substitute before us.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan to bring forth the substitute. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Hillis is aye. Hillis is aye. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth substitute carries.
All right, this is 25-0-1400, an ordinance by Ms. Collins, substituted by Utilities and substituted by the Atlanta Full Council, authorizing the mayor as designee on behalf of the city to execute a non-exclusive franchise agreement between the city and Google Fiber Georgia LLC for a term of 10 years with 2 successive 2-year renewal options to encroach on and occupy the public right-of-way for the purpose of constructing, installing, repairing, maintaining, operating, and if necessary, removing the fiber to the premise, network, and related network facilities to offer broadband services and voice over internet protocol services to residents and businesses within the city of Atlanta, to require a franchise fee in the amount of 2%. And for other purposes, the condition was that we receive a substitute, which is currently before you now, which emphasizes and strengthens the language around Google's requirements in terms of notice and maintaining the appropriate quality of their work. So I'll move approval on substitute.
Since we substituted, there's a motion by Councilmember Shook to adopt as substituted. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Councilman Juan is here. Okay. The vote's closed. It's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the substitute carries.
Thank you. 25-0-1431 also requires a substitute. I move to bring it before us.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan to bring forth the substitute. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is open. The vote's closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
All right, and this is an ordinance by Mr. Westmoreland, Mr. Juan, Ms. Bakhtiari, Ms. Overstreet, Mr. Shook, Mr. Amos, Mr. Hillis, Mr. Winston, Mr. Dozier, Ms. Boone, Mr. Faroki, and Ms. Norwood is amended by the Finance Executive Committee as substituted by the Atlanta City Council. This also comes forward to us favorably on the condition of receiving a substitute. This is a donation paper, and so this finalizes the number of sponsors as well as the amounts. Move approval on substitute.
The motion by Councilmember Shook to adopt a substitute 25-01431, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt substitute carries.
That is all.
Thank you. Next up is the Committee on Council. Chair Collins, give us just a moment. Let's just see if that.
Thank you all so much for your patience. Thank you, Mr. Council President. We have 3 items on the report, and we would like to take the items 1, 2, 3 as a block.
Objection, please proceed.
Right, Communications 25-C-0093, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Dr. Tina Dunkley to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Design Commission in the artist category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 25-C-0095, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Calvin Blackburn III to serve as Commissioner of the Human Resources for the City of Atlanta. And communication number 25-C-0096, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Chandra Houston to serve as our new Chief Procurement Officer for the City of Atlanta. The items come to us from the Committee on Council, and their committees are purview favorable, and it is our recommendation to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt these 3 items. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 3 items? Given the nature of these, even though they're communications, I'm going to go ahead and open the vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to accept these 3 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Thank you. And before we move forward, we do want to congratulate Mr. Calvin Blackburn and his family that is with us today. Our new Commissioner of Human Resources. Please, if you would like to say a few words, Mr. President wanted to.
Without objection, we can allow Mr. Blackburn to speak briefly. Objection. If you'd like, you don't have to.
Right. Well, I know everyone's been here a long time, so to President Shipman, other members of the council, I want to thank you for the confidence you placed in me and my team. I'm honored to approach this opportunity to serve as the full commissioner, but since I've been given the opportunity to speak, I would be remiss if I first didn't thank a lot of folks who are responsible for me having this opportunity. I want to start initially with recognize my parents that are here today, my father, Calvin Blackburn Jr., my mother, Leela Blackburn. They're also my brother, Jonathan, my sister-in-law, Yaditza, and the most important family member, my niece, who's 1 and change, going on 10. I also want to really thank, too, I started my tenure here, as I mentioned, at FEC in the City of Atlanta's Law Department. And it's only through the graciousness of the city attorney, Ms. Patrice Perkins Hooker, and others that I was given the opportunity to pursue this along with my other co-nominee, Ms. Chandra Houston. So I want to thank members of the law department, as well as many of my good friends there. And I think that some of them are here. Brian Paxton, Shamia Richardson, others, Tori Richardson, particularly Sharon Hamilton Broach as well, and many others who were responsible. And I just want to, I know we're short on time, but I just want to thank all of you. I look forward to representing the city well. I also want to thank my leadership, particularly COO Bergs and DCOO Ingram. Thank you all. Look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chandra Houston? Is Chandra Houston with us?
I don't think so.
Well, we'll send her our congratulations and thank you all so much again to now Commissioner Kelvin Blackburn and our new Chief Procurement Officer, Ms. Chandra Houston. With that being said, Mr. President, that is our report.
Thank you, Chair Collins.
Thank you.
Next up, JB Zoning Committee, Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Zoning Committee has one item that is 250-1249 Z2543. It is a text amendment. The ordinance is to create regulations for short-term rentals in the Home Park neighborhood. The recommendation of the committee is to approve as substituted. 3 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention.
There is a recommendation coming out of committee to adopt 250-1249. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment because I am truly on the fence with this. I'm not a believer in overall bans. I'm not a believer in piecemealing things. But what I will say is that there has come a point of desperation, I think, for many of us due to a lack of direction honestly, from leadership across the hall, but also Airbnb. I really don't know what y'all are doing. I have to be very honest. As someone who has stayed in Airbnbs and thinks that STRs are incredibly important, especially towards supplementing people in my district, we heard a lot of really responsible owners come up to this mic. But when I had my meeting recently, I have to say, I really adore the people on the ground here. I really do have to give you like major kudos. But I don't know how you're going to be able to implement without support from your leadership. Without support from your leadership. You are a multi-billion-dollar a year agency. And a comment like safety issues or housing issues where you tell us that maybe we should invest in more officers or something else, let me tell you this. I will never, ever advocate for for our taxpayer dollars going to security for a multi-billion-dollar business. It's just not going to happen. And I've dealt with serious issues, and my frustration is that the lack of action and the lack of direction from leadership here and from leadership with the Airbnb has left us with an impossible choice, because what you are seeing here is a sign of desperation. And while I do appreciate the comments, let me also say to some of the speakers, I just think it's appropriate to call out slurs. We're not using the R word anymore for people who are handicapped. We're just not. And let me also say, quoting a white man in blackface as your reason why STR regulation should, you can laugh, it's not funny. You can laugh, you as a white person should not be utilizing that. That being said, you have put us in an impossible situation. When I ask Airbnb, how are you investing? And the response is, we've helped individuals get into housing, that's great. We don't need one-offs, we need actual sustainable change and something happening, and it is not the part of this body to tell you how we would like to see that. You have heard constituents, you have heard the issues, you have heard the displacements. We've had owners try to advocate for Section 8 rentals something. But the opportunity and we cannot just sit here and not act anymore. And honestly, I don't think y'all understand that, and I can't understand why you're not more worried about the position that you have put us in. And I'm really disheartened to see that members of Airbnb leadership have already walked out of the room. Yeah, the person I had a meeting with on Monday last week has left the room. So I don't really know what to say. I'm still on the fence about this. I do think it's a great policy, but at the same time, I don't know how to better protect my constituents without voting for something like this, quite frankly, because the complete inaction on leadership has left us in an impossible choice of having to choose between allowing our very responsible owners. My concern is not protecting people who own 10 of these. My concern is protecting my constituents who have used this to supplement their income. But what we cannot continue to allow is a complete monopolization of housing in the city without any regulations, and I will leave it there. Thank you.
Councilor Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some questions for the law department. I'm not on the zoning committee. So I've heard, from the public a lot of different, I guess, fractured pieces of what this legislation might do. I know that on its face, it suggests a ban on short-term rentals within the Home Park neighborhood that I used to represent, in my youth. But can you specifically tell us, when you say ban, the use, is that a future ban going forward? Or is that a ban on short-term rentals that exist there today? Can you give us some detail on that, Law Department?
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. So this would be an amendment to the zoning text for the the Home Park SPI. And in doing so, it sets forth that the short-term rental use shall be hereby prohibited. As with any zoning amendment that would prohibit and otherwise limit a use, persons engaged in that use, lawfully engaged in that use, or who have applications and completed applications submitted to engage in that use would be quote unquote grandfathered, and their vested rights to continue the use would be respected under the law. So it would only apply to those persons who are not currently licensed to operate short-term rentals and whom do not have completed applications for short-term rental licenses submitted with the Department of City Planning.
As of today, right? Or the inaction of the ordinance?
As of the date of the approval of the ordinance, which, if it is adopted today, could be any time between now and 8 days from now.
So just to be clear, so no matter how many short-term rentals are in the pipeline as of the passage and approval of this paper, going forward, within this particular zoning area, there can be no more?
That would be correct. There would be, following the approval of this ordinance, no further short-term rental licenses would issue. There could be no further operation of the short-term rental use thereafter.
So this doesn't relate to any of the issues surrounding the regulation or enforcement, just the use within the zoning district?
That's right. This is not an amendment to the licensing ordinance. This is an amendment to the land use of this particular area. And so therefore only prohibits the use, only affects the use itself. It does not, it's not a regulatory license, a regulatory ordinance, in that the license regulations would be affected.
And so I guess following the logic of passing this in this, within this particular zoning code or zoning designation for this community, other, I guess, like position communities through the zoning ordinance could avail themselves of this same remedy. Is that correct?
Yes, but of course, this being a zoning ordinance, each area would have to go through their own processes concerning the zoning procedures law, which would include notice to the MPU and a hearing before the zoning review board for any future areas that may wish to avail themselves of similar remedy.
Right, so just to further clarify that question, because we've heard, I guess, from both sides of the fence on how beneficial, useful, and contributing that STRs are or are not by the testimony of some in the public today, that if there are neighborhoods, whether that's Tuxedo Park or Collier Heights or some other neighborhood in Atlanta, if they chose to say, you know what, we feel like we've got enough STRs, they can follow the same process to limit them within their particular zoning area category.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I withdraw.
Thank you. Councilor Bakhtiari, you just wanted to correct something that
Sorry,
you said.
Councilmember Leathers. I just really wanted to correct something. I made a mistake. Airbnb is in the room. The person that left was the president of Amstra, so forgive me for that mistake. But I apologize. Everything else I said, I do stand by. But correct on that measure.
Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Lewis.
And I want to say thank you to Councilmember Bakhtiari for her comments today. I also want to say thank you to Councilmember Hillis and Councilmember Amos for leading the way on this. What we've seen in our area, seen in some of our cities, is seeing more people turning houses into, they call it short-term rentals, but sometimes people think short-term rentals are leasing out a house. We actually have people that think that a short-term rental means you can stay there for a year, and they think that you're leasing every single year. This fight is against the organizations that have basically turned, not a fight. We're trying to make sure that we take care of people who have lived in spaces. Me, myself, I rented for about 2 years. The house that I rented actually gave us a letter before we moved out about 6 months and said they were about to sell it. I go back through that community is now Airbnb. And so that shows you that what happens, that's a home that you can pay about $1,400 for a 3-bedroom home, 2-bathroom home in the city of Atlanta. In District 12, that's the going rate for a lot of our properties. But we've seen a lot of them switch over to short-term rentals where people are staying for 1 week. And we've been trying to look in District 12 for legislation to help us strengthen our policies. So I want to say thank you again to Councilmember Hillis and Councilmember Amos for laying this out. And thank you for Councilmember Bakhtiari for the research she's done on this so that we can move stronger on this. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councilmember Collins.
I have a couple of questions. I think most of them was answered in terms of the grant. So I struggle with the fact that I know that everyone, this was brought to us in Councilman Amos. I don't know if you have any additional details on it, but I know it was brought to us because there is a high number of short-term rentals currently in the area. And so by passing this, all of those short-term rentals would be grandfathered in, and anyone that decides to come down, have their home registered as a short-term rental just in case will be grandfathered in before this passes. So I struggle with, what does this actually achieve for Home Park? Would this actually address the concerns that the leaders of the association has brought forward? The second piece I'm always struggling with and trying to understand how we, it's one thing to pass policy with good intent. The second is to make sure that it actually does what we said on paper and that we're actually enforcing it. And a lot of the conversations and comments that and calls and emails that I've read and responded to was a lot about the enforcement of like our short-term, our ordinances and things to that nature. So if a homeowner is renting out their property as a short-term rental and there is a party, and what is the response for our city services to respond to that and cite that, that property and move forward with the enforcement process. So that's the second piece. My third concern with this is the precedent that it has set as we have had this overarching comprehensive conversation of what short-term rental regulation and enforcement looks like for the entire city. And so I'm just, my third concern is in regards to understanding where we are with that conversation and not being in this, piecemealing the policies and the guidance, the policies and the planning that need to take place as it seems like every district member is experiencing something with short-term rentals that needs to be addressed. So I'm extremely concerned about the precedent that this will set as we are still trying to figure out what is a holistic, comprehensive solution for the city and our obligation to be held accountable to enforcing that. So my overarching concern is, does this actually solve the issue that Homewood Park has brought before us, knowing that all of these short-term rentals is about to be grandfathered in, whether, if this passes or not? And then I have to say, the fourth point I want to make, I struggle with the fact that we as a council should not be making the decisions of how individuals earn their livelihood in this city, particularly if it's legal. And so if you have a homeowner that wants to rent their room out to a college student at Georgia Tech, that rental actually saves that student hundreds and maybe even thousands of dollars where they can afford to attend to go to Georgia Tech, or if it's the AUC, what we're seeing on the west side, or if it, Atlanta Tech. Whatever the circumstances are, I do think is that we have to be very mindful of how we legislate and build policies to support all of our citizens, and not us determining who gets to use their personal property and who doesn't, and for what reason. And we've heard comments of this is retirement, this is retirement income for people. This is income for individuals that have lost their jobs. We just don't know what that is. And so I struggle with that as well. It's not I don't think it's proper for us to also determine how people decide to use their private property, that they pay property tax into this city, to determine how they also earn their livelihood, knowing what the current economic climate is now and before, past or present. So if I can, just answers with those three questions. And then the last piece I did have, so for the legal department, just to be clear, this ordinance, if we were to lock in a citywide short-term rental policy or a regulation or procedure, that how would that marry with this potential piece of legislation?
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. Currently, the city does have a citywide short-term rental policy. It is a licensing ordinance. It requires that persons secure licenses to operate short-term rentals in the city of Atlanta. This, as a land use regulation, would actually supersede any changes to the licensing ordinance or that particular chapter of code. So if there are any changes to that licensing ordinance and this had passed, the prohibition contained on to the land use would remain.
Thank you. Any thoughts on the other pieces? Like, would this legislation truly solve home park issues that they brought forward? What are we doing, or what have we learned, or any additional context on enforcing the current short-term rental ordinance that we have in place, and what impact that has had in helping Home Park solve the issues that even gave birth to this? Just curious.
So those would not be legal questions, and I would defer any questions concerning enforcement to the enforcement entities and concerning the policy to the sponsor.
Sponsor's ready to speak, Councilmember Collins, if you're willing to yield.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think
Councilmember Amos.
Sorry about that.
Sir, I try to answer. Thank you, Mr. President. I try to answer some of your questions. Policy comes down to several things: policy, people, and paper. I don't want the people to get lost in the conversation around policy. This has been an ongoing issue, I know, since I have been elected, and it hasn't been a war or a confrontation with the Airbnb or any company, but just the proliferation of short-term rentals, specifically in Home Park. This paper will only speak to Home Park itself, that is actually covered by the SPI zoning. And it's not 1,000 of them, as some people have lied to you and said that it is. Policy also comes down to paper. Yes, there may be some people whose income is affected by this. The biggest person whose income will be affected by this is the person that has built over 99% of these short-term rentals in Home Park. That comes to us every day with a different lie, a different untruth, a different mistaken spoken word that he wants to share with you. Policy is not perfect. What Home Park would like to do is to do away with all short-term rentals in the neighborhood, but they can't do that. So over the years of working with council, working with ever-changing national laws, this is where we are here. Enforcement is an issue. And I don't know if that's the next mud hole I step in, but enforcement is an issue. Once this paper is passed, because I'm really hoping that the precedent we set now by supporting this paper is one that when others will not act, we as a council will. So I am going to close out my comments by asking all of my colleagues to support the homeowners, the Home Park Neighborhood Association, not the Home Park Developers Association, not the Home Park Business Owners Association, but the Home Park Neighborhood Association, and vote yes for this paper. I carry most for you, Mr. President, if you want to.
Do all kinds of things. Is there any other discussion? Councilor Bakhtiari.
The last thing I want to say is our STRs have a great team here on the ground. And my comments are going to be directed towards leadership that actually needs to give you the support, because right now this war is falling on us rather than the people who actually have the ability to affect true policy. And that does go for the state as well. And so, to be very clear, I appreciate you all, but if something doesn't, this is a reflection of things not changing and the buck being passed too far. So I appreciate you guys.
Councilmember Collins.
Yeah, I know. I see Mr. Pace has come up to the podium, so I'll defer to there. I also just wanted to, also recognize that, of course, to Councilman Bakhtiari's point, that it's a larger issue as well. And I think oftentimes we single out the conglomerates in here, but we also, I'm not gonna lie, the stay at ATL present, with the pictures of the short-term rental and some of the smaller ones, whether it's Verbo or some of the other entities as well. Just want to also acknowledge those pieces as well, because I do think what has happened, homeowners, whether you're a developer or an investor in this regards, there are just certain rights that I do think we just got to be mindful of, and it's our accountability to enforce whatever we put into place. But Byron, thank you so much for this. I do think it brings a lot of clarity for me. Just coming, just kind of hearing the calls and having emails and being attuned to the conversation as well. So I do want to acknowledge my colleague, but thank you. Yeah, thank you for this. And I defer.
Councilmember Lewis, do you want to go ahead, or do you want to see if we? So we need to, since we're pending debate, we just have to allow formally Mr. Pace to speak. Is there any objection to allowing Mr. Pace to speak? We'll count that as unanimous consent, Madam. We can take a 2/3. He's a representative of the mayor, or we can go in committee of the whole if you like. It's up to you. Mr. President.
there is legislation pending.
Because there's legislation pending, the administration can speak to it, or we can go into committee of the whole.
Order, there is a proper motion on the floor.
Sorry, who's got the motion? To move into committee of the whole? The motion by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Collins to move in committee of the whole. Is there any discussion on the motion to move in committee of the whole?
They're gonna do it in unanimous, probably.
We do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Okay, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to move into committee of the whole.
Okay. Okay. Will everyone please vote? Okay, Ms. Mullins, say yay. Yeah. The vote's closed. 8 yeas, 5 nays.
8 yeas, 5 nays. We're moved into committee of the whole. We're now in committee of the whole. So, Mr. Pace. Sorry, Mr. Pace. Begin again. Your mic was off.
No problem. Thank you. Theo Pace, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. I will be brief because I know the hour is late, but I do want to remind this body that there is a citywide comprehensive short-term rental ordinance currently held in the Community Development and Human Services Committee that the council can pull up today and adopt. It provides distance requirements in residential neighborhoods. It also provides a 10% cap, as Councilmember Bond has broken off, for our multifamily units. There's nothing stopping the council from pulling this up and adopting it today. I know Councilmember Bakhtiari, you mentioned earlier about leadership in the administration. We've been trying to move this paper, which was introduced in December of 2024. And for various reasons, it has not moved forward. So I do want to remind the body that a comprehensive citywide ordinance would probably prevent a lot of these district-specific regulations being introduced. That's all I had to say.
May I?
Thank you. We're still in committee of the whole. We can move out to continue to debate, or we can stay in committee of the whole.
I just have a question.
Councilor Bond?
Well, just a question. So it is the official position of the administration that you're ready to move on that paper?
Has been. I believe we had work sessions on this earlier in the spring, which kind of got blocked out by the tree protection ordinance. There were some other legislative items that the council prioritized over the short-term rental, but we have been ready to move this forward for some time now. And if the council wishes to pull it up today, you can.
Councilor Bakhtiari, Councilor Bond, you done? Councilor Bakhtiari.
No, thank you for coming and speaking. I will say that I'm looking over at the body, and I think this is the first time, I know that this was in there, but I think we also did not realize that the admin wanted to move this forward. And I know there have been times we've been asked to wait. So, and I still don't know if I'd be fine pulling it up today and doing it. My question is there an ability to actually effectuate this? Because what I don't want, I don't think, and this council, let me just say, has worked very, 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 very hard. But I don't want us to pass something else that is not able to be enforced and then leave the council holding the bag again for a headline that is unenforceable, because I don't think that is fair. So I want to ensure that we do have something that sounds really great on the books. If that were to move forward, do we have the power to enforce it today? Because I want to make sure that city planning is set up to succeed. That's my only concern.
Councilor Lewis? You can speak now, or I don't know if you were wanting to speak now or.
I think, I appreciate it. I can make my comments now. I think that we've seen some of our Airbnbs turn our communities into de facto hotel districts. And to hear some of the arguments from some of the owners of short-term rentals today and talking about bottom line lets me know that everything you read about Airbnbs turning Black communities and communities on the south side of a lot of major cities into hotel districts, it sounds like it. But I just want to make that comment to the council. Thank you again.
Councilor withdrawn. Councilmember Collins.
So quick question, just to be clear. So the paper that is pending as we speak, that's in zoning, correct?
No, I'm sorry. It's held in Community Development and Human Services Committee.
Okay, so, sorry, it's the CDHS. So is there a space that based on where, as we land on, and it doesn't, and not to say it has to be today, but as we land on a balance of the comprehensive short-term rental ordinance citywide, that there is some provision or some amendment that will allow that citywide ordinance to be, to supersede any community-based short-term rental, because I'm quite sure, because I know in that paper, there was a lot of things that I think council pushed against, which was the distance of the short-term rental, the 10% that you stated, and just some other things. Is there a space with law, is there a space to, again, I think it goes to my initial question, a space to marry the two since they're aligned?
No, because the zoning paper is an amendment to the land use regulations, whereas the citywide licensing ordinance is an amendment to the licensing requirements. Land use restrictions contained in the zoning code shall always supersede licensing ordinances that provide certain operational regulations concerning any activity.
Okay, got it. I understand. Those all my questions.
Councilor Westmoreland? Oh, Councilor Ron?
Well, just a question for clarity. So the current iteration of the short-term rental legislation as it stands today, without amendment or change, the administration is fully behind it?
Has been.
And the lift I did from that ordinance, which is a part of that original paper, the administration would support that?
We would like to see a citywide comprehensive ordinance. To the council member's point, enforcing various regulations in different parts of town would be difficult. But this is a policy that we do like to see move forward at some point. We've had work sessions about it. It was drafted in response to the current ordinance that is in our code of ordinances, which has been deemed, I would allow law to kind of expound on that from various court cases, unenforceable. So we drafted a new ordinance. It's gone to the MPUs, I believe. We've also had a work session earlier this spring, and it's been held since December of 2024 in CDHS. So,
So the part of the government that's responsible for the administration and enforcement of this issue is on board with the iterations that are held in committee?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Westmoreland?
Make a motion to exit committee of the whole.
It's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari to move out of committee of the whole. Is there any discussion on the motion to move out of committee of the whole? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to move out of committee of the whole.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move out of committee of the whole carries. We're now back in regular session. We're still on debate of the motion to adopt this item. Is there other comments that want to be made? Councilmember Norwood.
Call the question.
Motion by Councilmember Norwood to call the question. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. We'll move directly to a vote. Takes 2/3 aye to call the question, which means we would end debate, move directly to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to call the previous question.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Lewis, yes.
Lewis is a yay?
This? Yes.
Yeah. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to call the previous question carries. We'll move directly to a vote on the motion to adopt 25-0-1249. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item.
The vote is open. Mr. Westmoreland. Oh, she's, yeah. It's been so long. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? Councilmember Collins, how do you vote? Will everyone please vote?
She has to vote. You have to vote. She has to.
The vote's closed. 11 yeas, 2 nays.
11 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt this item carries.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Councilmember Amos.
I motion to send this forward to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Amos, seconded by Councilmember Bond to send this forward post haste. Is there any discussion? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Thir-
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. We'll next move to the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Following your notification at the beginning of today's meeting, we have 2 items on the report. First, Resolution 25-R-3771, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendant City of Atlanta in the case of Deshauna Hammond and Roderick Hammond versus City of Atlanta Civil Action File Number 23EV007374, pending in the State Court of Fulton County in the amount of $50,000.00. The settlement amount, authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from 1001 General Fund Center Number 2001-001 Non-Departmental Account 5212005, litigation expenses and functional activity number 1512000, accounting and for other purposes. This item comes out of committee with a favorable recommendation. Accordingly, the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 25-R-3771 coming out of committee. It does not need a second. Is there discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? I'll just close it. The vote's closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next item, 25R3741. Colleagues, we have received a substitute for this item in our inbox, so I will now make a motion to bring forth the substitute. The substitute updates the funding information.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone, seconded by Councilmember Wand to bring forth substitute for 25R3741. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote?
Read this.
Just call it, yeah. Councilman Westmoreland, what is your vote? No, this is the. Okay, that's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth substitute carries.
A resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond is substituted by the Atlanta City Council. A resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to exercise the second renewal option for special procurement agreement SPSE 022091230092 Center for Diversion and Services operator with Grady Memorial Hospital Corporation on behalf of the City of Atlanta for a 2-term years effective from January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2027, in an amount not to exceed $10 million and 0 cents to update the funding for the first renewal period. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account number listed here and for other purposes. The item comes out of committee with a favorable recommendation on the condition of the funding information updated. The condition has been met. Accordingly, the recommendation is to adopt as substituted.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt as substitute 25R3741. We don't need a second. Is there discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilmember Bakhtiari, do you want to discuss this item? All right. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. You said the vote's closed. That's 13 yeas, 1 nay. It was just. Yeah, it's just a mistake. So 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries. Just before we continue on public safety, one item in the previous vote coming out of the zoning committee, Councilor Westmoreland was a mover, therefore he was assumed to be an aye. But correct, Councilor Westmoreland was an aye on that legislation.
I made the motion coming out of committee.
Yes, so he was an aye, but the screen did not reflect that. So the actual count should have been 12 ayes, 2 nays, just for the record. Thank you. We're still in public safety and legal administration. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, President. As a sponsor of legislation, and since the legislation has been held in Public Safety Committee for more than 2 cycles, I would like to call 25R3289 to the floor and move the council to adopt.
So under code, as author of a legislation that's been held more than 2 cycles can call that forward to the floor for consideration. That's what Councilmember Lewis has done on 25R3289, and he has made a motion to adopt. Is there a second?
Mr. President, we need discussion on this item.
Oh, just one moment. Let me get that my second. Councilmember Dozier, your second? All right, there's a second. Therefore, Councilmember Boone, with this item is on your committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This item was not brought before the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee on last week. I don't know if members of this body even have copies of it at this time. Have copies been passed out? Copies have not been passed out. I think that this topic and issue is so very important. I have learned that the chairman of Fulton County had a press conference today. We need to ask questions. We need to hear from members of the administration on this very important item. I am definitely interested in knowing how people are treated in these facilities, not just warehousing people. So I am asking that we refer this piece of legislation back to committee so that it can be handled properly. Motion to refer
Mr. President, we
back
already have
to committee.
There's a motion to refer back to committee by Councilmember Boone, seconded by Councilmember Juan. So now we have a motion to refer, which takes precedent over the motion to adopt, but there's a discussion now on the motion to refer. So is there a discussion, any discussion on the motion to refer this item back to committee? Councilmember, let me just go in order. Councilor
Westmoreland. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll get you.
Call my name first.
I'll get you in just a second. Go ahead.
Chair Boone, could you talk a little bit more about when
We will,
that conversation can take place, potentially as early as next
in the
Monday?
next 7 days, we just had Public Safety Committee to this body. This piece of legislation was not presented nor discussed in that meeting, and that is the correct procedure. I have spoken with members this morning, and they do understand that. We could have brought it up in public safety, whether it failed or not, it could have been brought up. So there has been no discussion on this paper. The right thing to do would be to refer it back to committee. So we are prepared to move on something in the next 7 days.
Further discussion on the motion to refer. Councilmember Lewis.
And I appreciate you, and I know we put this legislation in a couple of months ago, and we made sure there was a lot of discussion around it. I know the chairman talked about it today, talked about it a couple of months ago. They all came down, and I've been able to speak to our sheriff, and I know that the sheriff actually sued the chairman. I want to make sure I read, it may refer some memories for we were in public safety, and I made sure I read these comments out specifically for what's in the lawsuit. And I made sure to reach out because a lot of people don't know what's in the lawsuit. And if you read what the sheriff has said about the county, about the people that are supposed to help him, you would know that we need to do this. Elder Dancy, who was the chief of the city of Atlanta, ACDC, we made sure I asked him questions about this as well to get his thoughts on this as well. And that was in an open public safety committee meeting, so we can all refresh that as well. But the sheriff said, Sheriff Pat Labatt, he filed a lawsuit against Fulton County government. He alleged, this is in his lawsuit, written, alleging unlawful interference with his constitutional duties and mismanagement of jail funding. The next statement in his lawsuit, the suit claims that the county manager, that's the chairman who made the statement today, it claims that the county manager and the Board of Commissioners have undermined the sheriff's ability to address critical issues at the Rice Street Jail by obstructing hiring, delaying maintenance, and security upgrades, and imposing, he said on them, they're imposing restrictive budgetary controls on him. This is in his lawsuit, right? Sheriff Labatt then argued that the county's actions have worsened inhumane conditions that have contributed to a string of inmate deaths and federal investigations that have led the jail to be placed under judicial oversight again. In his lawsuit, he said again, not the first time. He accuses the sheriff, not me, the sheriff accuses the county of retaliating against his office for advocating for a new jail. He said they retaliated against him just because he advocated. He then said that the county has consistently, county officials state, this is what they said because they're not talking. They stated that they have consistently supported the sheriff's office through budget increases and jail-related investments, and the sheriff says not what he's saying. So I made sure I talked to our sheriff. I made sure I looked up his lawsuit in which he filed on the county, and I know our city, we've done everything we can to make sure that we take care of ACDC and treat it the right way. It's probably, I feel confident saying this, if you have a jail in the state of Georgia, it's the most upgraded and updated one. And we as a council have always gave the elder Dancy and achieved whatever funding he's need to make sure that people are safe. Our county chairman, our sheriff is saying that the county is not giving him the things he needs to make the jail safe. And if we're in a partnership with him, he's suing them. And so I think that we need to start this conversation and it's a resolution. We need to start the conversation for what we said we were gonna do 3 years ago, because the situation right now is different. 3 years ago, the sheriff and the county manager came down here together. They sat together, they had the same argument. Right now, they are fighting so much so that he wants this loud. That's why the lawsuit is public. That's why you can easily Google it. I know a lot of people haven't looked into it, but we as a city have a right, we have a fiscal, we have to listen to them. If these are our business partners and they're fighting the way they're fighting on TV, and he's saying they're not giving him the funding to run a good jail, that's what he said. I think that the city has to step in, and particularly in ours. So I call this paper to move forward, and I think that anybody should have seen it. I've been loud about it. The paper has been all over it. There's been press conferences since last week. There's been press conferences since May, as early as May about this. And I held it in that committee. I made sure we let it sit more than 2 cycles. It said about 4 to 5 cycles. Went through recess. And so I would hope that most of my colleagues, and I would hope that people have actually seen this legislation. And we actually gave out a 1-pager today. So some folks might not got the legislation, because I assumed that folks had already seen it. But today we made sure we gave a fact sheet out that talks about some of the things, but I also wanted to include that our sheriff is suing the chairman. So anything the chairman says today is contradictory to what the sheriff is saying in his lawsuit. Thank you.
Councilmember Collins, we're still on the question to refer.
Shut your mouth. Yeah, shut your mouth.
Yeah, I'll just make it quick. I mean, I think that we haven't had I want to make sure that we do this right. And when we're talking about a full stage withdrawal plan, I do think it's important to have all key people at the table so we can have a solid plan as a city. And while I understand there's an ongoing litigation and ongoing back and forth with our sheriff and our county, I do think there's an onus on us to get this right. And I want to make sure that we do just that. And so sitting on the committee, I want to make sure whether it is a work session, whatever it looks like, that we get this, that we firmly get this right on our end to this point, that we're being, as we're being held accountable on the city side, that we have a full-blown plan, because our detainees, they're still people, period. If we were to shut down today, no one can be able to answer for me, where will those individuals that are at Atlanta Detention Center, where will they go? Will they go back into Rice Street in the conditions that we know, and there's no answer for it? And then again, it's falling on us. So I don't want to be in a political posturing piece of this, but these are human lives that we want to make sure that we continue to get, that we do this right on behalf of the city and our residents. So I'll defer that. So I think referring it to committee is appropriate, because we haven't had no conversation on it, and I really want to be a part of those details.
Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, and I truly appreciate you, Councilmember Collins, for that. And this would not be a fast shutdown of the jail. This would actually be what we said in the original contract. So what this is doing is actually starting that up. So this would mean that the mayor's office and the sheriff and the county chairman would actually do exactly what we're saying. They're starting the conversations. And what we did was copy what was already in the original legislation to actually say it's time to do it. And this is a resolution about that. So I would hope that folks could look at what we passed 3 years ago, same exact thing that's in here now. We just want to start the conversation so that the mayor office can decide how they want to move forward with this. But right now, it's not working in the manner that it is. And if it was working in the manner that it was, the sheriff would not be suing the county chairmen for more resources. And I also want to state that our Elder Dancy, who runs our City of Atlanta jails, when I was asking him these questions in this last public safety chairman meeting, because I was asking specific questions to this. And that's why I read this out, to make sure that people knew about the sheriff suing the county. That doesn't really happen. I'm also looking at Senate Bill 7. So I see that the state is actually trying to take jails from folks. And also, if you look at the fund, I want to ask our CFO, because I know we talked a lot about money, so I want to ask this question. To our CFO, are we turning, because this was a business deal as well, are we winning? What are the financials like with this deal in particular? Like, is the city of Atlanta making, man, we in the wrong business. I hate to even say how this is supposed to go. I don't want to make money.
Mr. President, this is exactly why, colleagues, we need to be deliberate and go into committee.
Chair Boone,
we need answers,
Chair Boone,
Mr. President.
We're debating the motion to refer. There's been a question asked of the CFO.
So can you talk to us about the financials of this, please?
Sure. So currently there is a daily per head lease that is paid from Fulton County to the city of Atlanta. I believe it is based on a $50 per inmate that is stationed at the Atlanta Correctional Facility, paid to Fulton County on a monthly basis to the city of Atlanta. It ebbs and flows based on the utilization of Fulton County to the city of Atlanta.
Appreciate you for giving me a 30,000 square foot view of it. One question on that. So you say we have a daily per head lease. How much money do we spend per year? Not, if you can, I'll wait until the end of this meeting for these answers right here. How much money do we spend per year to run the building, and does this at least pay for that?
Well, no, the budgeted allocation for the year is $24 million. That is inclusive of both of the costs associated with the City of Atlanta inmates as well as Fulton County inmates. So we don't have the parse down of which is allocation is per which utilization, but we do know that roughly the $50 a head generates a little bit less than $1 million per month. So I'll have to get exact details, but it's probably around $600,000 to $700,000 monthly.
Because I want to make sure I'm
Mr.
speaking to the
President,
fiscally conservative people.
Mr. President, this is exactly, colleagues, this is exactly why we need to refer this to the committee.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm making sure I speak to the fiscally, the folks who are watching the money on this to make sure. So we had $1 million per month, but we spend $24 million per year. So it's a $12 million deficit. One last thing, thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me this space. One last thing, so we're 12 million short there. Were we anticipating were we anticipating having a way to at least pay for our jail with this?
Councilmember Lewis, I've given you a wide berth. We're on the question to refer. We're not on debating of the actual paper itself.
Yes, sir.
So let's keep the comments to the motion to refer.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to echo something that Councilmember Lewis said in response to Councilmember Collins. Just to reiterate, this resolution calls for an initiation of planning for staged withdrawal. So this isn't the plan. This isn't us making a decision that's going to require specific actions from operational staff. This is asking the city and the county to start moving forward with that staged withdrawal planning process. So I just want to reiterate that. The one comment I want to make is that we often have discussions and debate in this forum for items that maybe didn't get its just due at the committee level. We went to committee of the whole just earlier today to talk about something that had already gone through committee. We didn't send it back to have those additional conversations. And so I just want to say I support my colleague, Councilmember Lewis, on this legislation. This property is in my district. I've been very vocal about the need to close ACDC and move forward with a plan that is holistic, that will build community and not focus on incarceration. I stick with that vision. But I do want to reiterate that we are all here today. We can all have this discussion, this debate in this forum. If there are any questions or that beyond the scope of what we're able to discuss, we can always go into committee of the whole if that's an option for this body. But I just want to say that I'm totally fine with voting on this today. So, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Mr. Chair, this did not follow the committee process. Again, it is about human lives. This is not about a parcel.
Let me let Councilmember Bond in. Councilmember Bond, then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Councilmember Lewis. I respect his right to call his paper up because that's our procedure. The rights of the author of a piece of legislation, if it's been held twice, they have the right to call it up. However, I think what has been played out here in this discussion is that this matter does need more discussion. And to me, it goes beyond the legislation itself. It goes to whether and what type of relationship we have in managing our governmental responsibilities to our joint citizens of Atlanta, and in this specific instance, Fulton County. The city of Atlanta is 3/5 of Fulton County. 90% of Atlanta rest in Fulton County. The problems of Fulton County, 90% of them are the problems of the city of Atlanta. On any given day, because of our police department and our policing, anywhere from 65 to potentially 95 of the persons that are held in Fulton County's custody are there a result of the work of the Atlanta Police Department. There was a time less than 30 years ago where Mayor Maynard Jackson, Fulton County Chairman Michael Lomax had worked in agreement on our criminal justice system and on our jails that worked for decades. But it was the crisis, the housing crisis, that caused the city of Atlanta to break that agreement. If we wanted to help the sheriff immediately, we could have our correction officers watch the inmates that are in our jail, that are in Fulton County custody, and that would give him 45 deputies immediately to help to make Fulton County safe. So that's just one part of this convoluted arrangement that we have with Fulton County. And it does bear more discussion. It does bear more scrutiny. And I think that we ought to do it because it is people's lives hanging in the balance. And nobody likes to talk about jails. No, Fulton County certainly doesn't want to talk about their jail. They would build a new one because they need to build a new one. But we need to have those type of conversations again with our counterparts at Fulton County to do things, and I don't want to sound cliche, but the Atlanta way. Because prior to the early 2000s, we had a good arrangement with them on our facilities, on our courts, and on our policing. And also want to point out, you don't have a jail for the police. You actually have the jail is a outgrowth of the court system. So there's also a larger discussion that needs to be had with the court system between Atlanta and Fulton County, because technically, most people don't realize this, but our municipal court is actually a special court of dispensation, meaning it is the only municipal court that has state court powers. They used to handle first appearance hearings on behalf of Fulton County, which kept people out of jail, which kept people from being filtered into Wright Street. So there is a big conversation that needs to be had, and the jail is just, the jail in this contract is just one piece of it.
Councilor Boone has been waiting. Councilor Boone?
Mr. President, I'd like to call the previous question.
There's a motion by Councilor Boone to call the previous question on the motion to refer, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. We'll move directly to a vote. There's no discussion. Again, it takes 2/3 to call the previous question, and aye is to call the previous question and close debate on the motion to refer. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to call the previous question.
The vote is open. We'll confirm.
Motion is to call the previous question on the motion to refer.
Affirmative. Overstreet. Will everyone please vote? No, which one was not there? No. Ms. Boone, you got Ms. Boone? Okay. The vote's closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to call the previous question carries. We'll move directly to a vote now on the motion to refer. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer 25R 3289 to public safety.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 9 yeas, 4 nays.
9 yeas, 4 nays. The motion to refer carries. Councilman Lewis, you want to explain your vote?
Yeah, I think that we should have handled this here. I think we could have went into full committee of whole here. I hope that full good faith. I hope that we were able to take this to Public Safety Committee. I hope that on Monday next week, I hope that we're able to move this forward because our sheriff has asked for help. When I was able to speak to our sheriff, he wished more people had known about his lawsuit. I said, do you want this public? Yes, that's why I did it. And so our sheriff has asked the county and the county chairman for help. and they don't have the help, and we're talking about lives. So I hope that we're able to work on this over the next 7 days. And I hope we're able to give the mayor and give the county and the county chairman the appetite to actually handle this, something that we wrote in our first legislation. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Chair of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, it would have been nice and respectful to at least receive a call. I heard about this from members of the public on the outside, and those that know me know that I take human lives serious. I am committed to meeting about this on the next 7 days. I don't know how this just fell out of the sky, because when people want to reach me for other things, they are able to do it. And I think we need to, one, respect the committee process. Respect the committee process and respect that the fact that this could have been brought up at the Public Safety Committee on last week. Thank you.
Councilmember Collins?
No, I defer. Just look forward to working on public safety and legal administration. For those that come to us, have come to us month after month, I asked the question: if we were to shut ACDC down now, where would the detainees that we have in there now go? And I cannot get an answer. I cannot send them back. I can't. You say, so Cobb County, Union, yeah, you say Cobb County, Union City, all of those counties. So you're asking families that now can see their client, that now can see their families less than 5 minutes away to be able to find transportation.
Councilmember Collins, this is Councilmember Collins. No, Ms. Franklin, we're not going to go back.
I look forward to working for, please.
We're not going to go back and forth.
Okay,
Councilmember
no problem.
Collins,
Look forward to working on it in the committee.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis, you still explaining your vote?
I want to say, make sure, thank you again. This legislation, once again, is just to tell the folks who entered into the agreement to actually do that again. I want to say also that I had to do it in here, which we've seen a lot of people do, different legislation in here if it held in committee. I want to say I appreciate the folks for reaching out to me, and I appreciate Councilmember Dozier for a second. And sometimes this is going to happen like this. Thank you again.
Thank you. That concludes Public Safety Legal Administration Committee. We'll now move to City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis.
Mr. President, we have no report.
Thank you. Finally today, CDHS. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. We have one item, 25-01456, an ordinance by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend Part 3, Land Development Code, Part 6, Budget and Planning, Chapter 4, Boards and Commissions, Article D, Historic Preservation Program of the City Code, to amend the section number listed, to remove the Executive Director of the Urban Design Commission's power to set fees, to add a new section listed so as to codify a new fee structure for applications reviewed by the Atlanta Urban Design Commission and the Urban Design Commission's Executive Director, and for other purposes. There was a motion to file this in committee that passed unanimously, so I'd like to make a motion to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 25-01456. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open.
Make an announcement about it.
Will everyone please vote? Collins. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? Councilmember Boone, what is your vote?
Councilmember Boone's an aye. Councilmember Collins? Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins is an aye.
Okay. He stepped away. Okay, just call it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It keeps discipline.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Councilor Bakhtiari, how do you vote? Aye. Councilor Bakhtiari is an aye.
The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries. We're still in the CDHS committee. Councilmember Bond.
Yes, I'd like to call up item 25-0-1403, been held twice.
Per code, the author of a paper can call it forward out of committee for consideration. 25-0-1403. Councilmember Bond is doing so. Councilmember Bond, what would you like to do with the paper?
Thank you. This is my paper on the regulations concerning the short-term rentals for apartments and condominiums. I peeled this with the assistance of the law department directly out of the master paper, I'll refer to it. So it's identical pretty much in every way. Why I called it up today is that I wanted to make an announcement about it. I have spoken with some of the residents of the landmark today. I've spoken with some of the representatives from the short-term rental community. They expressed, we had a discussion after the last CDHS meeting. And so at the next CDHS meeting, I've asked the law department to assist me with an amendment that will address the short-term rental industry's concern and help to satisfy the concerns of the residents. And so I'm going to refer this back for that meeting because the amendment would not be, it's too involved to be ready today. But I wanted to make that announcement that we are working to try to get a good compromise for the residents and for those who have an interest in this industry. So make a motion to refer.
Councilmember Bond is making a motion to refer 25-0-1403 back to committee. Councilmember Bakhtiari seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item?
It is.
We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to refer? Madam Clerk, please sound the counter. Unanimous consent on the motion to refer.
We're just confused.
He brought it to me.
Oh.
But he brought bring it back.
Yeah. So what's the? One moment. Oh, it's 13 yeas, 0 nays?
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. Any other business?
Thank you, Council President. That does conclude my report.
Thank you, Chair Winston. We will now move to personal papers. We have 2 items for immediate consideration. The first is from Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 38603, resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to appoint members to serve on the Edgewood Corridor Public Safety Task Force and for other purposes, whereas on July 8, 2025, a mass shooting occurred on the Edgewood Avenue corridor in the Old Fourth Ward neighborhood, resulting in the death of 1 person and serious injuries to 10 others. And whereas the Atlanta City Council immediately adopted Resolution 25-R-3738 to establish the Edgewood Corridor Public Safety Task Force, wherein 9 entities were charged with designating members to the task force. Now therefore be resolved by the Atlanta City Council that the following designees are hereby appointed to the Edgewood Corridor Public Safety Task Force. Representing the Chief Operating Officer, Ms. LaShondra Burks. Representing Chief of APD, Major Andrea Webster. Representing District 1, Brad Schweers. Representing District 2, Tom Boyle. Representing District 5, Johnny Martinez. Representing Old Fourth Ward Business Association, Jason Parker. Representing the representing Old Fourth Ward Neighborhood Association, Jason Parker. Representing Old Fourth Ward Business Association, Sarah O. Kim. Representing the MPU Public Safety, Dorothy Hurst. Representing the Auburn Church Collective, Bishop Robert Graham. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. So I motion to approve.
There's a motion by Councilor Bakhtiari to adopt Elms 38603, seconded by Councilor Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote? The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to adopt carries.
Motion to move to the mayor's desk post haste.
There's a motion by Councilor Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember
Juan, or sure, whoever.
Juan, to move the mayor's office post haste. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
Say 11 or 12? 11? 11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
Thank you.
We also have a paper, we have a Elms 38617, Councilor Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Resolution by Westmoreland, Dozier, Bakhtiari, Winston, Collins, Overstreet, Faroki, Juan, Lewis, Bond, Hillis, and Amos, and maybe Boone for a second time, requesting that the Department of City Planning expedite any solar-powered project that qualifies for the residential clean energy credit in light of direction from the federal government that tax credit will sunset at the end of year 2025 and for other purposes. Whereas solar energy can benefit the citizens in a number of ways, from reducing climate pollution to helping homeowners save on their energy bills, and whereas the residential clean energy credit allows homeowners to save on the residential solar projects, and whereas similarly, a federal incentive entitled the Energy Efficient Home Improvement Credit allows homeowners to receive a tax break on the cost of high-efficiency home appliances such as heat pumps and water heaters, whereas the federal government, with the passage of H.R. 1, has signaled both tax credits will cease to exist on December 31st, 2025, whereas these sorts of cost-saving, energy-efficient home improvements are an opportunity to install the kind of appliances and energy systems that will benefits from the users years to come. Whereas there is still uncertainty as to whether projects began but not completed before December 31st, 2025 will qualify under the tax credit, now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Atlanta to request the department expedite projects that fall into these expiring tax credits so that Atlanta will continue to benefit from these opportunities to develop energy-efficient homes before the credits expire. Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Councilor Westmoreland, seconded by Councilor Juan, to adopt 38617. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Carrie, did you vote? Yes. Thank you. Will everyone please vote? Councilmember Shook, what is your vote?
Councilmember Hillis, how do you vote? Aye. Councilmember Hillis and Boone are both ayes.
The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, motion to adopt carries. I believe that is all for immediate consideration, so we'll now move to papers for referral. Councilmember Amos.
So we have two. Oh, that's why.
Thanks, sir. AMS 38597, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $500,000.00 to the Grove Park Foundation pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter to support neighborhood partnership organization capacity building services on behalf of the West Hollowell Foundation, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement which shall detail the actions of the Grove Park Foundation to provide provide neighborhood partnership capacity building services and to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38597 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 38569, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos supplementing a task order fund in the amount of $24,400,000 for FC-7744 Program Management Support Services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with Atlanta Aviation Associates, a joint venture to provide program management support services on behalf of the Department of Aviation on a task order basis. All services will be charged to and paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38569 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 38595, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend Chapter 154 Utilities, Article 3, Water Provision, Section 154-92, Connections for Fire Services and Water Meters to require that all fire department connections be clearly labeled with the floor or area of the building they are connected to and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38595 will be jointly referred to PSLA and CDHS committees.
Elms ID 38594, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to prohibit the construction of structures using sound permeable materials within the city of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38594 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Elms ID number 38607, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the donation in a total amount not to exceed $1,000.00 from the Post-One at Large Carry Forward account to the Athletes Youth Success Institute to support their efforts in raising funds to send a group of promising student athletes to the U.S. Open Tennis Tournament in New York and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38607 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And Elms ID number 38612, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to amend ordinance 25-0-1163 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on July 7th, 2025, and approved by the mayor July 8th, 2025, to update the funding allocations and account information and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38612 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Thank you. That's
Thank
all.
you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 38575, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the chief financial officer to pay outstanding invoices in an amount not to exceed $120,350.00 to Magnet Forensics LLC on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38575 will be referred, referred to the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee. Councilmember Dozier. Just talk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One item is Elms number 38619, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to designate the city of Atlanta as a bee trap free zone and to support inner city urban agriculture in all its programs, and authorizing the mayor on behalf of the city of Atlanta to enter into any required agreements for the participation and implementation of such designation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38619 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
That's all I have.
You have to abstain from that. Is your commercial? Councilmember Hillis. It's not to law.
Elms ID 38620, resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood and Dustin Hillis to amend Infrastructure Sustainability Task Force established by Resolution 24R4311 to modify its membership and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38620 will be referred to City Utilities Committee.
An ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Ishay Collins, Matt Westmoreland, Michael Julian Bond, Antonio Lewis, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Andrea L. Boone, I think I already said her name, Howard Shook, Alex Wan, Jason Dozier, and Byron Amos, to amend Chapter 114, Personnel, Article 6, Labor Relations, Division 1, generally, Section 114-505, meet and confer sessions of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to enhance labor relations and employee well-being through union leadership engagement and administrative leave provisions and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38610 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 38615, an ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Ishay Collins, and Michael Julian Bond, authorizing the acquisition of right-of-way, permanent and/or temporary easements on, over, under, and through certain real property necessary for construction of an approximately 2.8-mile portion of the Beltline Northwest Trail segments 2, 3, and 4 for the completion of the Northwest Atlanta Beltline Trail project, authorizing Atlanta Beltline, Inc. to negotiate with affected property owners and execute all documents necessary to acquire such property interests, authorizing the mayor and the city attorney in the event negotiations are unsuccessful to institute condemnation proceedings pursuant to the declaration of taking method authorized by OCGA listed, authorizing the city attorney to engage the services of outside counsel where necessary to handle condemnation proceedings, waiving certain provisions of Article 10 of the Real Estate and Procurement Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38615 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
These are my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Council President. Extremely happy about today's resolution. This is a good day for the people on the South Side. And so Elms number 38601, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, and Councilmember Ishay Collins, requesting the Department of Transportation prioritize and allocate funding for the repaving of Browns Mill Road and for other purposes, whereas Browns Mill Road serves as a critical transportation corridor in District 12, connecting residents, schools, churches, and local businesses in the Southeast Atlanta. So thank you for that, President.
Elms ID 38601 will refer to the Transportation Committee.
Elms, another paper that is helping folks on the South Side. Elms 38599, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, and Councilmember Ishay Collins, requesting that the Atlanta Department of Transportation prioritize and allocate funding for the design and construction of new sidewalk infrastructure along Jonesboro Road and to improve safety, pedestrian access, and mobility for residents of District 12 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38599 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 38600, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis requesting that the Atlanta Department of Transportation conduct a traffic calming study on Cary Drive Southeast to determine the need for any safety improvements such as additional signing and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38600 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elm 38604, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis requesting the Atlanta Department of Transportation conduct a traffic calming study on Burroughs Avenue Southeast to determine the need for any safety improvements such as additional signage and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38604 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 38605, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis requesting that the Atlanta Department of Transportation conduct a traffic calming study on Grand Avenue to determine the need for any safety improvements, such as additional signage and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38605 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 38606, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis requesting that the Atlanta Department of Transportation conduct a traffic calming study on Holly Drive to determine the need for any safety improvements, such as additional signage and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38606 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 38608, A resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis requesting that the Atlanta Department of Transportation conduct a traffic calming study on Harper Road Southeast to determine the need for any safety improvements such as additional signage and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38608 will be for the Transportation Committee.
Elms 38614. A resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis requesting that the Atlanta Department of Transportation conduct a traffic calming study to determine the feasibility and appropriateness of installing speed humps on both sides of Baywood Drive Southeast to determine the need for any safety improvements such as additional signage and for other purposes and for other. Yep.
Elms ID 38614 will be for the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 38616. A resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis requesting that the Atlanta Department of Transportation conduct a traffic calming study on Jernigan Drive Southeast to determine the need for any safety improvements such as additional signage and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38616 will be for the Transportation Committee.
And lastly, a huge piece of paper for our office, 38613, a ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis naming the Atlanta City Council Committee Room 2 the Olivia Rankin Parks Committee Room and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38613 will be jointly referred to FEC and COC committees.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
That took long. Okay, Mr. President. Elms ID number 38598. An ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, Matt Westmoreland, Andrea Boone, and Ishay Collins, an ordinance authorizing the Atlanta Development Authority doing business as Invest Atlanta to utilize the funds remaining in the Atlanta Recovery Fund established for Invest Atlanta in Ordinance 24-0-1301 for the public purpose of supporting small business along Cascade Road, which have been adversely impacted by the ongoing construction of various water and sewer enhancements and maintenance projects, to extend the deadline by which any funds remaining in the Atlanta Recovery Fund must be transferred back to the City of Atlanta Water and Sewer Revenue Fund to December 31st, 2025, to authorize the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute all documents necessary to effectuate the purpose of this ordinance, including but not limited to any amendment to the intergovernmental agreement for economic development services dated October 21st, 2020, or any such successor IGA if needed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38598 will be jointly referred to CDHS and FEC committees.
Thank you. Elms ID number 38623, a resolution by Council Members Marcy Collier Overstreet and Byron D. Amos requesting the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority, MARTA, to appear before the Transportation Committee to provide a comprehensive update on safety protocols and infrastructure accountability and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38623 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Oh, I forgot to Elms ID number 38611, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the mayor or his designee to exercise a renewal for FC 8640 Construction Management Support Services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with ATL Construction Management Partners, a joint venture to provide construction management support services on behalf of the Department of Aviation on a task order basis for a term of 5 years and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38611 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shook.
Elms 38554, resolution by Shook authorizing the CFO to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in the amount of blank, all funds to be charged to, etc.
Elms ID 38554 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 38555 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the Commissioner of DWM to adjust water sewer service charges on certain customer accounts in accordance with the code section cited in the amount of blank and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38555 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 38562, ordinance by Shook to amend the cited sections of the city code, council member expense accounts, council district appropriations funding to remove restrictions on transferring funds between certain accounts and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38562 will be jointly referred to FEC and Committee on Council.
Elms 38571, ordinance by Shook, authorizing the CFO to amend the FY26 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations bond proceeds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed blank for the Series 2025 General Airport Revenue Bonds, to amend the funding of the contracts listed in Exhibit A and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38571 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 38570, an ordinance by Shook, supplementing that certain 37th supplemental bond ordinance, number cited, adopted on the date listed and approved by the mayor on the date listed to, among other things, set forth the terms of the City of Atlanta 1 Airport General Revenue Bond Series 2025 A and B, and any additional subseries designation is herein permitted, providing funds for the purpose of, among other things, financing and refinancing in whole or in part, the cost of planning, engineering, design, acquisition, equipping, and construction of certain improvements to the airport, providing for a reasonably required debt service reserve, providing for the payment of costs of issuance, including bond insurance, if any, providing for the forms of and authorizing the execution of said series bonds, providing for the rights of the holders of said bonds, authorizing and approving the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement and a final official statement in connection with the offer and sale of the bonds, granting the chief officer, the city finance officer, or airport general manager the authority to deem final the preliminary official statement for purposes of Securities and Exchange Commission rule indicated, and the authority to approve and execute a final official statement authorizing the execution of a continuing disclosure agreement, a bond purchase agreement, and certain other agreements in connection with the sale of said bonds, and providing for incidental related actions, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38570 will refer to the FEC.
Lastly, Elms 38596, resolution by Shook and Juan, authorizing the mayor to issue a task order for the RFP listed job order contracting services large with Manhattan RFB, a joint venture for the construction of Fire Station 29 EMS on behalf of Enterprise Assets Management in an amount not to exceed $14.5 million, all work to be charged to and paid from, et cetera.
Elms ID 38596 will be referred to the FEC.
That is all.
Councilor Juan.
Elms 38609, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan to remove all parking meters in the Atkins Park commercial zone of Virginia Highland that were established by administrative action under Chapter 150, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 4, Stopping, Standing, and Parking, Division 3, Parking Meters of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38609 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you.
Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you. 80, nope, that's a 38618, ordinance by Westmoreland, Overstreet, Lewis, and Collins, donating an amount not to exceed $3,750 to Adair Park today for the Porches and Pies Festival pursuant to 6306 of the Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38618 will be referred to the FEC.
Resolution 38622, Westmoreland, Bakhtiari, Winston, and Dozier, authorizing a donation to the Atlanta Volunteer Lawyers Foundation to support the AVLF's Access to Legal Counsel program that provides eviction defense services to eligible City of Atlanta residents and for other purposes.
Elms ID 38622 will be referred to the CDHS.
Thank you.
Councilor Winston.
Thank you. I have one paper today, Elms ID 38573, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason A. Swenson waiving the requirements of the section number listed of the City of Atlanta Code to retroactively authorize and ratify the City of Atlanta submission of a grant application for the Passenger Rail Alternatives Analysis Study Grant from the Atlanta Regional Commission in an amount not to exceed $625,000.00 for the purpose of identifying one or more recommended passenger rail locations that can be served by existing and future inner-city passenger rail service in Metro Atlanta, to authorize the city to commit local matching funds in amount not to exceed $125,000.00 from the accounts listed herein, to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute a memorandum of understanding to effectuate the acceptance of this award and for other purposes.
Helms ID 38573 will be referred to the CDHS committee. Believe that is all papers for referral today. So we will move to general remarks. Let me begin just by reminding everyone who's watching that this is qualifying week. Democracy is renewed. Tuesday, tomorrow through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. Those who are wishing to run for offices at City or at the Board of Education, please come and see the clerk and her team to file your candidacy declaration, which you must do in order to appear on the ballot this November. That is also a reminder for all members on this body who want to return. Please don't forget to file your paperwork. Let it be noted that Councilmember Westmoreland is booing democracy. Any other items in general remarks? Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. I did not mention this at the beginning of the meeting, but legendary Atlanta coach Tweet Williams passed away. And this body is on record for recommending him amongst his other decades of accomplishment and service as a coach and mentor, administrator in the school system, but to the Georgia Coaches Hall of Fame a few years ago. And I'd like if we could just quickly do a moment of silence on his behalf.
Please join us in a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general remarks? Councilmember Lewis.
The same thing I want to send is, I apologize for not bringing this up a little earlier, but last night my community actually lost a stalwart of the community and a entertainer. So I'll make sure I say the name Lee. I want to send every condolence we can to the family, Jonesboro South, Jonesboro Road, Jonesboro North, to the family of Lee, South Atlanta alone. Thank you again.
Thank you. Other general remarks? Councilmember Boone.
Yes, I would like to offer prayers for Bridget Brown. Our own Bridget Brown lost her brother, and we extend our condolences to that entire family on the loss of her older brother. We will be providing support and prayers for her and her mother and her other siblings. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general remarks? Hearing none, we'll have the closing roll. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have Council President Doug Shipman.
Here.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, post 2 at large. Here. Councilmember Ishay Collins, post 3 at large. Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1. Here. Councilmember Myron D. Amos, District 3. Here. Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4. Councilmember Liliana Bacchiara, District 5. Councilmember Alex Bond, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andrea Boone, District 10.
Present.
Councilmember Marcy Collar Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Thank you. Without objection, we stand adjourned.
6:21. Okay.